I'm I'm happy to see a lot of familiar faces because we create the community that understands the importance of the water policy, the urgency of that water policy, who understands any challenges related to the modernization of this sector. So we are about to have this community um, that is designed to solve the water environmental problems and issues in our country. So we have a very tight agenda and a tight time frames for our speakers. And this is something that I would like to really underline for our panelists. We would like to cover a wide variety of issues today. And in the very end, we would need to discuss some of the mechanisms and directions for the investment in the recovery of water supply uh, in Ukraine, based on the examples of our foreign countries. I would like to also underline the important role of our partners from US, Canada, Israel, South Korea, and Japan, and Finland, and Uzbekistan. Their experience will be presented today at our meetings, and I would like to invite Olena Kryvoruchkina for the first session. She's the deputy head of the committee on environment from the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine, then Igor Hopchak, the acting head of the State Agency of Water Resources of Ukraine, and Olga Zhovtonog. She's the PhD and the head of the Primavera civil organization. So please take your seats. Good. So, dear friends, we do have some of our offline speakers, but some of our guests and speakers are joining us online, and that would be the representatives of the Ministry for the Development of Communities and Territories, the Ministry of Environment, as well as some of our international partners from the European Economic Commission. So our first session would be some of the challenges in the water resources and the consistency of the water resources. And just recently, I've read a post, and it was mentioning the decision of the European Council on review of the directive on the sewage waters. And just last year, we, together with our parliament, we made a decision on the sewage waters and the treatment of the sewage waters. And now there will be a new directive requiring the members of the European Union to adapt their own legislation. And they gave just a bit less than 3 years for this. Ukraine, which is aspiring to have a membership with the EU, well, surely will face the need to adapt its own legislation in this respect as well. And you know that the requirements to the organization of the water supply and water sewage in the populated areas are far more stricter. So I'd like to pass the floor to Olena Kryvoruchkina now. She's representing the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine, and she will have more information on the condition of water resources and the time for reforms and actions. So please. Yes. And dear friends, we have a very kind of living platform, and we are the community that develops. We have an active dialogue with all the participants, including the participants in the frames of the conference that we're currently having. And I would like to ask everyone, please don't be shy and ask questions, talk to one another. Thank you, dear organizers and participants of the conference now because we are tight on schedule. So I have prepared some remarks in order not to forget anything. First, I would like to extend words of gratitude to the Ukrainian Water Association for the professionalism and effectiveness for rising such an important matters on the agenda. And I'd like to extend words of gratitude also on the occasion that they're responding so fast to the emergent needs. I would like to give you one example. When we managed to get the water to the Kryvoruchkina region, and we finally got the potable water supply to the citizens, we got 40 mobile water treatment stations. So we distributed that among the communities and hromadas, but they had, difficulties in understanding how to use them, while the producers were afraid to go to Ukraine to explain the communities how to operate them. And I'd like to extend words of gratitude to my colleagues who from this association, and they went to those communities of Ukraine. They explain how to use the equipment. So indeed, this cooperation is a productive one, that the one that gives true results. So we're currently talking about the condition of the water resources, and truly, this is the most painful and valid problem for Ukraine. We know that the water is the permanent resource, and we're not going to talk about this, but still, whenever we are talking about the potable water supply, technical water supply, we are primarily focusing our attention not on the price, not on the value of the resources, but on the rates that are made up of certain components. And indeed, this value has to be increased. We need to change the mentality of top managers and officials of all levels, and as citizens, of course. But the change in mentality of our society, it's something that would take a long period of time. We need to move on in that direction, but we shouldn't be forgetting about the practical kind of environment and practical aspects of resolving those challenges that we currently face. And what I can say as the MP from the Kryvyi Rih, who was affected just as I am, I believe that we would need to solve this problem, and it's a multi-sectoral problem. So in order to solve it, we would need to engage the Ministry of Regions, Ministry of Infrastructure, Ministry of Environment, and we need to engage also the civil society, subject matter experts, and of course the scientists who make a very significant contribution in the resolution of the challenges. And I think that considering the professionalism of the members of the Ukrainian Water Association, it can take the lead in combining all the efforts. We do have two challenges. I mean, before the full-scale invasion, we had a lot of challenges when the industries were allowing themselves to have a lot of affluence, technical affluence into the water resources. But now we have another problem as the result of the full-scale invasion. Let me give you one example. In the beginning of the full-scale invasion back in 2022, the Russians have destroyed the dam of the North Crimean Channel, and they started robbing our water resources. I made a call in the morning to the state statistics administration. So currently 21 billion of the cleanest potable water was supplied to Crimea without our permission. So all of those challenges are kind of, accumulating, and they require an emergent solution. We've heard a lot about the tragedy at the Kakhovka HPP and the impact on the condition of the water resources. There were many researchers, many assistants from the international partners on this matter. And I felt this. And once again, I would like to say that I'm an MP from the Kyiv area. And In 2023, it was a very high temperature summer, and the communities had no water, and the government responded to that, allocated 19.5 billion hryvnia from the budget of a country in war, from the budget of a deficit. And back in May of 2024, we were already commissioning the master pipelines for the water supply, and we were satisfied that finally, in the beginning of June, those pipelines were either like not in operation, or they were under maintenance, or something happened to them as well. So in Zelenodolska community, well, the Apostolivska community had no water supply in water. Yes, we've supplied that 40 mobile stations. We are grateful to our international partners, but that will not solve the problem, for such a highly densely populated area, and the Luhanska community still has no water supply. It had a water reservoir on its own territory, and now, since that water was used for the fresh water supply and for the Kryvoruchkina TPP, this water was also used. Now, currently, the height of the water is only 3 meters, so the water is not kind of supplying to the Kryvoruchkina TPP. And now the Kryvoruchkina TPP are saying they can no longer operate because the height of the water level is insufficient to support the operation of their equipment. So we need to coordinate. We need to have a systemic approach to the resolution of this problem. We need to coordinate together with the local self-government, because it is not always that the decisions are taken in a proper manner. By the way, the Recovery Association, the Mustafa Nayev, has reported, well, in fact, he didn't. He failed to report in the Verkhovna Rada, and he left this position. And who will take the responsibility for the fact that the people still don't have the water, despite a significant amount of money was allocated to support that? That's a problem. There's no responsibility. I read the report of the counting chamber, and it contains some of the reports, the lack of money being returned to the budget, then the lack of technical feasibility documents, and some other aspects. So we cannot allow to use in such an inefficient manner the deficit budget of our country. So we need to have a coordination at different levels, and I can assure you that the parliamentary control will be operating in this direction in order to prevent anything like that from happening. Another example, and I wanted just to use it in order to focus your attention on the need of coordination. I mean, just an example, the tragedy happened in Kryvyi. The local population, the local authority has constructed the first water pipeline while the experimental pipelines were still in construction, and they were supplying water from the Krasivska water reservoir, which was considered as a technical water supply source. So they were supplying this water to the citizens of the city. So the citizens uh, were receiving like this horrible water, even though they were paying as if they were supplied was the potable water. Part of the uh, water was taken to the reservoir, which contained the cleanest water. Why would you need to contaminate that reservoir with the cleanest possible water? So there's a lot of examples of such poor decisions. And when the master pipelines were constructed by the recovery agency in Kryvyi Rih, they have another program. As the result of the geological composition of the earth oil, we are receiving the salty mineralized water from the layers of the earth. So it's being accumulated for a certain period of time, and then at a certain point, it it goes to the Inkolets River, dissolving the potable water. So we told this. But unfortunately, the intake level for water supply for that water is covered by this salty mineralized water. So you are not able to use this pipeline for a month.
So it's again about coordination. We know with you about actual disappearance of water resources on the territory of Kherson, Mykolaiv regions after destruction of Kakhovska water dam. And so to calculate these damages should be carried out through a procedure to calculate the expenditures now we spend to ensure to provide drinking water to the population. And drills, the water drill, it's sporadic. Everybody drills whenever they want, and it also carries a risk to our water horizons. We have a powerful school of hydrologists in Ukraine, so we should take their experience and to drill, to make water wells, not just everywhere or anywhere, but to have an organized approach to this matter. And if we calculate the water supply, drinking water supply for one citizen on a planet, then we're different from European countries 2 or 3 times. This means that we need to work more actively because we are in different conditions in terms of water supply. Plus, we are being in difficult circumstances because when we don't know what will come tomorrow, and this problem becomes even more urgent given the climate change. With very little rain, there is a change of surface water. I always give as an example Kryvoruchkina region, what unfolded before my eyes. But we also understand that the similar problems are in Kherson and Mykolaiv regions and in other regions as well. Some statistics by the result of the research of the studies carried out in Ros River in Kiev, Vinnytsia, and Cherkasy regions. They have been uncovered mass breaches of our industrial plants, industrial companies that dump in the river contamination. 50 criminal investigations have been started, and I hope they will be brought to court. But the problem is that state inspection doesn't even have money to pay court fee. And we are fighting so that make it so that the state inspection is exempt from paying court fee. But unfortunately, there is no such exemption yet. We understand that there is open statistics that the contamination of surface water significantly increases and exceeds all threshold, which leads to the death of fish. We know what happened to the rivers Seim and Dniester. And here I want to thank to the environment, the Ministry of Environment, and personally to Igor Vasilyevich and the State Ecology Inspection that this problem has not been scaled up, but has been decided locally. So I probably need to roll up my speech. I thank you for your attention, and I am grateful for coordination of our activity. Dear friends, Miss Olena touched on many sensitive issues. We feel that you have a professional education. But I would like to say there are many solutions for water supply problems, even in the more extreme environmental circumstances than in Ukraine. yes, we do now experience climate change, but we have examples of more extreme environmental countries. And I would like now to welcome, to give the floor to another speaker. And I would like to say that Israel, on the example of Israel, we can learn our lessons because Israel has resolved their water issues. There are models which could be taken as an example. Of course, I agree that there should be responsibility and there should be coordination, but there also should be lobby who would push this agenda in the parliament. For instance, we know that there are some draft laws which wait their time for many years, but being blocked because there are some interest of the agricultural lobby. I should say there is a clear group in the parliament that stimulates and motivates, pushes through the water agenda. This is, in fact, a foundation for any type of recovery. And so the question of coordination is also very important. And Igor Vasilyevich, you have already been mentioned today, and I'm grateful for you to support the initiative of the Ukrainian Water Association. Water Agency is our main partner. Good day. I thank you for inviting me, and thank you for the armed forces of Ukraine, because thanks to them we're being able to gather here today and to discuss problems of water. Now I will share my screen. So briefly, I will say that our Agency of Water Resources, I will describe what we do. We are doing above the land water objects. We're servicing, we're providing maintenance to them. And we also doing a lot of difficult and a lot of effort-consuming steps in terms of European legislation, implementation of European legislation. We have directives developed for all 8 water reservoirs. And today we will go to the meeting where we hope will approve the plan for Danube River, because our neighbors from Hungary wanted also to get familiar with this plan. But I hope that on this week we will approve our last plan, and we will get it approved. And from 2025, all this work which was done by my colleagues almost for 10 years. And the next step until 2030, the next step will be implementation. Of course, there are many problems. We need financing during the war. It's a bit jumpy matter because all the money currently, priority for the money for financing is our armed forces. But I hope after the war, the issue of the water resources will be on the upfront. And also, there are 4 currently at our current meeting. There are 4 scientific members present. What I want to say is that we have expert professional members on our team. And I'm very pleased to see these professionals today here with us. And as you know, our water agency also, one of its responsibilities is to protect the land, the also another our responsibility is to provide water supply and also to redistribute water resources in time and space so that we could accumulate a certain volume of water and to distribute it, to supply it to the population. And this year, we developed and approved a complex program for water supply of the territories that suffered as a consequence of military activities. There is some help required with managing the presentation. There are some technical issues, apparently. Okay, meanwhile, we will continue. As we know, the most damaged regions, they have also problems with water supply. There are 9 regions. We all know them. If you imagine the map of Ukraine, you can look where is the front line, Kharkiv's region, Lugansk region, Zaporizhia, Mykolaiv region, Kherson region, Dnipropetrovsk, Kirovograd region. All of these regions are the damaged ones. They have these problems. So of course, the major problem appeared during when Kakhov power plant and the Kakhovska dam was ruined, and over 20 billion of cubic kilometers, billion of cubic meters have been lost. I would like to say that from the beginning, yes, there was a problem of a climate change, and we thought how to address this problem, how to redistribute water, how to adjust the agriculture, how to better redistribute resources. But military activities in 2022 adjusted our plans. Nobody expected this kind of level of hostilities. But now, if you look at the slide, a lot depends on surface water, close to surface water available for use. 86 needs of Ukraine take water from surface layers. Water intake, as you can see, 5.7 billion meters of water, of cubic meters was supplied to the users, to the population, and 86 of them from surface layers. The ruining of resources continues since the beginning of anti-terrorist operation, when annexation of Crimea took place, when the first Russian combatants started their aggression in the east of Ukraine, and since that time, their natural water reservoirs started to ruin, and especially Donetsk region, Donbass region is a depressive region in that regards, because the water channels are being ruined in there. Currently, this territory is occupied and it needs recovery steps. And so since then, it has been 10 years we are in war, and according to our estimates, a lot of water damage and equipment have been damaged, worth of approximately accounting for 500,000 different type of equipment. The World Bank helped us to carry out a quick estimate complex assessment of the damages and losses, and estimated at 10.7 billions of the United States dollars. That's the cost of the damage. And they included, they meant by that figure that they meant that it's not the cost of the damaged goods, but also the cost of the equipment if it to be recovered. As I said, the damaged area account for 42% of the territory. And as I said, we lost 20 billion cubic meters of water. We also had the problem besides climate change. We had problems with technical material base. Our hydro objects, the tear and wear of our hydro objects is in a really bad condition, up to 90% of amortization of our stocks, of our equipment. And so the major problems are in the regions close that are most close to the front line. The overall estimation of the measures which need to be taken place over 50 billion hryvnias. So what we need to do, we need to build water supply systems, new water supply systems, as Olena Volodymyrovna said. The key areas, Kryvyi Rih, Mykolaiv, Kherson, and Kharkiv, these four huge industrial cities suffer the most from the absence of water. There is no open water, not only for the industrial purposes, but also there is very little water for population. Of course, the local authorities are doing everything to supply water to the population, but it's not enough for a normal functioning of the region. So we need to build water supply. We also need to recover hydro constructions which have been ruined. We need to reinstate, recover riverbeds so that to establish a stable water supply. We have problems with rivers Ingulets. The river, which when other riverbeds are ruined, currently Kryvyi Rih and Mykolaiv rely on a very small river, and because they have salty water in their vicinity, in their nearby vicinity, and so this salty water for these cities needs to be diluted, at least diluted with fresh water. But this water from this small river is not enough to supply to four large cities. We also hope we will receive financing from the government budget, from the local authorities. We have the problem which includes the estimates. And this program was developed together jointly with other government and scientific agencies and with public organizations. We all provided our insights and ideas where to get the finance, because as you understand, it's difficult to pull by the government on itself. The third task is to tap into, so to speak, to tap into underground water, because we need to have alternative water supply. We need to build underground wells to ensure that we have water horizon in the future. And so I overviewed just the main problems. And so what we plan to do, we need to reconstruct over 3,000 of meters of water supply, 308 water stations. We need to drill 431 water wells and to ensure a huge number of cubic meters of water supply annually.
So that will allow to have a better access to the potable water, at least at a quality which could be usable by 4.5 million people. And after the deoccupation, we're talking about 9 million. The required investments to support this, well, over a period of 7 years, we'll be spending 5,700 to 26 hryvnias per person, or I think something over 2 hryvnia per day per person. So when the reservoirs will be repaired, they will have 1.6 billion cubic meters of water, and that would be used for the recovery of the economy, because this is really very important for the recovery of the economy, and as well as for the establishment of new possibilities for employment. And Ukraine will win. I believe in that. Thank you. Thank you for the time. Hopefully, I'm not taking any more of that. And glory to Ukraine. Thank you for the presentation. Indeed, Ukraine is currently facing a very unique environment and situation. We currently, live in a situation when there is a voting conducted in online mode, and we're having hybrid events. We're working online and offline, trying to combine about this. As for the State Water Agency, I would say that some countries have made it a ministry. I mean, those countries who understand that the challenge of water is the cornerstone one. And some of the countries have made a transformation, meaning the State Water Agency became a ministry and then was deprived of that status. But these countries have showed some wonderful results in terms of modernization of the water supply area in all dimensions. We shall continue. We have the director for the Department of the Communal Services from the Ministry of the Development of Communities and Territories. So, please, you have the floor. Unfortunately, we can't hear you. Well, you should be hearing me. So, greetings, dear colleagues and guests of the conference. And the water supply and water sewage sphere is
Тисячі людей, працівників цієї сфери, продовжують забезпечувати українців послугами.
Unfortunately, the speaker has some issues with the internet connection. The interpretation will be resumed after the speaker.
І майже немає такого дня, щоб під обстріли не потрапляли об'єкти водної інфраструктури. Наслідками військового конфлікту є пошкодження майже 600 об'єктів інфраструктури водопостачання та водовідведення та понад 1100 кілометрів мереж водопостачання та водовідведення. З початку війни з України, за даними ООН, виїхало понад 6 мільйонів осіб. А також понад
And also over 4,600,000 into IDPs, which has a significant impact on the work of the public utility companies. And in Ukraine, the water supply and water disposal is provided by 1,300 companies, and 20 million people have access to centralized collection and the water and the wastewater treatment.
Постачання і водовідведення – це важлива сфера економіки. По-друге, від розвитку цієї сфери залежить не тільки
the development of this area also impacts the possibility of the further development of the economy. Thirdly, the amount of investments in the area will allow to make this area the driver for the development of Ukraine in the upcoming periods. We'll have the next challenge, that is the winter and autumn season of 2024 and 2025. The government's international partners and local self-government authorities are actively doing everything they can to support this period, because it is absolutely not a secret that this winter period can become the most difficult in the history of the independent Ukraine. As of today, we have already recovered 228 facilities of the centralized potable water supply facilities and a lot of water supply pipelines. We have conducted the preparation to the winter period in a planned way, since Ukraine has lost over 9 gigawatts in electricity supply, and the main the equipment for the water supply system consumes a lot of electricity, and it remains so. As it is a heritage from the Soviet Union period, so we would need to search for electricity supplies, meaning the diesel and gasoline generators, the frequency transformers, and etc. The overall need in such an equipment is 746 megawatts, and the approximate cost is over 170 million euro. And thanks to the joint work of the ministry and others, we calculated the need in this equipment, and we've submitted this need in a form of a presentation to our international partners. To the European Investment Bank, to the World Bank, to the to others, to ICRC now.
водопровідно-каналізаційного господарства просить статистики протягом 2 місяців стало можливим підготувати всі необхідні процедури для отримання допомоги для 13 підприємств галузі в енергетичному обладнанні. А саме це
Пані Наталя, я дуже перепрошую, пані Наталя.
Unfortunately, we have technical issues in terms of the communication. We thank you for the presentation, and we will distribute it among the participants of our today's meeting. It will be posted on the website of the Ukrainian Water Association. And I would like to pass the floor to Vitaliy Zhuk, the head of the Department of Security and Recovery of Water Resources and Maritime Ecosystems. So he will have a presentation on the implementation of the European acquis. This was something that we managed to see, and we could see that, but the European Union keeps on working and kind of improves and introduces amendments to the previously adopted directive. So this process will continue. So Vitaliy, are you with us? Greetings. Can you hear me? Yes, we can hear you, and we can even see you. So now I would like to start my presentation. Thank you. I thank the organizers for the invitation to this event, and to the possibility to brief you on all the matters that we're currently implementing to support the implementation of the legislation. Allow me to share my presentation. Oh, unfortunately, I do have some issues with that at the moment, but just a second. Okay, good.
Так, зараз, вибачте. Ну і доповісти про те, що
And I'd like to inform you on what has already been done in that respect by some of our experts. Unfortunately, I'm unable to start my presentation. Can you try once again? And I'd like to say that the subject matter experts have analyzed your report on the implementation of the European acquis, not only in the field of water policy, but in the field of environment. And we realized that it's a high quality document, and you've covered particularly all the aspects of the European acquis that we would need to implement within our legislation. And definitely, kind of, this is not the end of your work. There's the progress assessment of the work that Ukraine has done as part of the preparation towards the EU integration. But we can hear some of, comments of the officials of the European Union, and they're saying that our experts have doubt that we would have enough money to adapt our mechanisms to the European one. Yeah, okay. Can you see my presentation? Good. Well, thank you for supporting me, and I would like to briefly um, uh, report on some of the directives of the European Union that we are currently kind of responsible for. We have four major directives. The Directive 2000/60, which sets the foundation for the activities of the community in the field of water policy. Then the Framework Directive, that is 2008/56, that's a maritime framework directive. Then we have a Directive 91/676. That's a kind of a neutral the directive on the nitrates. And then we have a directive on the quality standards for the environment in the field of water policy. Now, that is related to the chemical analysis procedures. The Ministry of Environment has conducted the self-screening of all the European acquis last year. And more specifically, we try to assess the interpretation or the translation of a various EU acquis into Ukrainian. We also take a look at the status of whether they're properly implemented into our legislation. Well, of course, first and foremost, the Water Framework Directive. I'm not going to list all of them, but already we have approved a lot of legislation, a lot of laws and bylaws to make sure that we align our legislation with the EU acquis. So these are, as I said, laws, bylaws, regulations, regulations of the Cabinet of Ministers, the orders of the ministry. So all of those regulatory acts are designed to ensure the alignment of Ukraine's legislation with the EU acquis. We've assessed not only our regulations, but also the regulations and orders of other ministries, the Ministry of Environmental Protection, the Ministry for the Development of Communities and Territories of Ukraine, and some other ministries as well, where we are the co-performers of certain tasks and responsibilities. And this Directive 2000/60, it is implemented by far the greatest to the EU legislation, to the Ukraine's legislation, and already, as was mentioned, some of the regulations been improved for for 8 river basins. So this is one of the main indicators for the Water Framework Directive's implementation. So finally, we have reached this indicator, and we believe that we still need to implement a number of measures on the Danube River, and this makes us closer to 100% implementation of the Water Framework Directive. What else do we need to do? We need to introduce amendments to the Water Code, Budget Code of Ukraine, then to introduce amendments to the regulation of the Cabinet of Ministers of Ukraine, and that would allow us to completely implement this directive. The next is the framework directive on the maritime strategy. And we also have passed a number of laws and bylaws and regulations on the matter. Based on the self-screening results, we have identified the articles of this directive that are partially complying, and we have drafted also the number of questions that we need to resolve in order to completely implement this directive, even though I'd like to underline that due to the full-scale aggression of Russia, in 2021, we had approved the maritime strategy, but this has not been implemented to a full degree because the coastline area of the seas are being occupied, and due to the constant combat operations, we are unable to do the constant monitoring of the maritime waters. So some organizations, they're trying to comply with the monitoring procedure while using other methods and tools available using the satellite imagery. What else do we need to do? We need to introduce amendments to the Water Code of Ukraine on the alignment of the terminology and a directive on the nitrates and the accumulation and the further disposal of nitrates. This is something we still have kind of in the process of implementation, as it takes a lot of resources, money, and time to do the implementation. And finally, we need to clearly define the performer, or who will be the one responsible for the implementation. And finally, the directive on the standards on the quality of environment. Now, that directive deals with the professionalism and the completeness of laboratories, the equipment they have, the procedures they use, and the SOPs. We have introduced a number of amendments into the monitoring procedure, including those approved by some of the regulations of Ukraine. Currently, we are in the final stage. So we would need to have resolve this issue of accreditation of this laboratory. Currently, we've accredited 2 laboratories out of 25, the laboratory of the Western and the Northern region. The Eastern region laboratory, well, kind of all the documents are being prepared. They've been submitted to the National Academy of the Agricultural Sciences. The National Academy would need to verify that and submit its conclusions. On the Southern region laboratory, we're finalizing the paperwork, and hopefully within the nearest period of time, they will be accredited and being fully compliant with all the requirements of the EU member nations. We continue the work this year. We were the co-performers in the implementation of the other EU directives, more specifically the directive on the potable water supply, on the sewage waters, on the use of water for swimming. So whenever there is questions within our jurisdiction, we're trying to get engaged with that. There's a lot of regulations that we are aligning together with the Ministry of Economy. We're trying to develop our own national regulations, and that also makes us closer to the level of the EU member countries with regards to the implementation of national legislation and alignment of that national legislation to the norms of the European Union. Thank you for the attention. I'm not going to be taking any more of your time, and I thank the organizers. Thank you. Thank you.
No, behind every line that you said, there stands a team of professionals who not only wanted to adjust our legislation to the European, take into account the situation that we have in Ukraine. It's a huge work. You mentioned the network of laboratories. You mentioned the methods of analysis of the environment in which we live. And believe me, this is a huge task to pull. especially even if we take the monitoring, by the density of the monitoring we need to take, we exceed even the neighboring Poland. Now we are moving to the trends of development from Tamara Kutonova. It's a European Economic Commission. Miss Tamara, can you hear us? Yes, I can hear you. So I hope you will share my PowerPoint on the screen. We're very glad to see you, and even more will be glad to see your PowerPoint. So I have 8 minutes. Yes, please. I'm very appreciative of your understanding. So I will skip a few slides. I represent the Secretariat of Water Convention. It is based in Geneva. And I would like very quickly to report so that we understand each other what we're talking about when we speak about water resources management. For several dozens of years, the water management is ruled by the concept of integrated water resources. There are many definitions of different agencies. One of the definitions of global water partnership is the process which facilitates coordinated development and management of water, land, and connected with them resources in order to maximize economic achievements and social well-being on the basis of justice and without no compromise as to the stability of important ecosystems. So this is economy, society, and ecology. There are 3 main components which are reflected in this management system of resources. The international principles are laid down in the directive of the European Union, in the Trans-Border Convention, which I represent, the protocols on water and healthcare, and other documents. These principles are reflected in this slide. I will briefly touch on each of them. So one of the principles is that the unit for planning and management of water resources is a river basin, not the region, not any other administrative unit. Water resources and land that forms the square of the river basin must be integrated and be under a single management. Social, economic, and ecological factors should be considered jointly. Underwater and reverse water should be also considered as part of the ecosystem in order to take effective decision about water resources. Effective participation of communities should be taken into account, and transparency should be ensured. So in what way the monitoring takes place, the monitoring of how these principles are being implemented in the state policy. There are stable goals for development until 2030, which has been passed in 2013 by the resolution of the UN General Assembly, and they have been integrated into the legislation of Ukraine through several orders signed by the President of Ukraine and other high-level legislation. And this code of water strategy is planned until 2030 year. And so all this is integrated in the national level as well. I would like to briefly outline to you the screenshots, basically, or snapshots about the reports of this stable development implementation On the previous slide, I showed you all 17 goals of the stable development. The water goal is under number 6, and it's described as the presence of availability of water resources for everybody. If we look at a global status, I would like to draw your attention to the access to the water, drinking water, 70%, sanitary level, 53%, and 58%, and the global temperature, like average, so average, the average rate is 22 meters per cubic. Sorry. And if you look at the same rates for the France, you can compare the rates that we have with that ones of the population for the population of France. So if you look at the same indices in Portugal, you can see their rates and sanitation 23 level, and the cost is only $30 for cubic meter. The situation in Ukraine is outdated. This data is outdated. Some data are not actually relevant to the current time, but if you look at the state of water before the war, the access to water was very low. The sanitation 72%, but effectiveness of the use of water is $8 per cubic meter. It's a very low rate. If we look further, I would also like to share with you the data from the World Economic Forum. They are being annually updated, and every year they release publication analyzing the global risks. And here we see in the first column global risks for the nearest 2 years, and in the second field you can see extreme weather events, including all connected with the water, drought and floods. And if we look 10 years ahead of this time, it's estimated that the first 4 positions will be ranked by the risks associated with environment, extreme weather events, critical change to Earth systems, biodiversity loss, and ecosystem collapse. Biodiversity loss and ecosystem collapse, and on the fourth place, natural resource shortages, which includes water as well. So if we further look at other tendencies, other trends in the technology, if we look at technology for water purification technologies, estimation for 2023, we will see that the water starts to take more and more place as a response to the crisis, as a consequence of the crisis that we see in the world. If we look at the water purifier technology, we see a lot of membrane technologies, carbon purification methods, some modular systems for water purification, beer boards, bioboards, etc. And so it is estimated that we have fewer and the less water in the future, and the future challenges will be connected with the insufficient amount of water, and it means also certain prospects for certain areas of development. This is the forecast for 2025 in terms of innovation, and as you can see, this forecast pays a lot of attention to digital methods of water management by drainage water, advanced filtration, wastewater processing, advanced filtration, flood prevention, water-saving technology, decentralized infrastructure, innovative materials, and desalination. This is what is predicted for 2025 for the market. And so all stakeholders in the management, water management, or in the industry should take this into account. And the last from me, also about the trends that we as a water convention see and that are written in our agenda for the next 3 years. They have been, actually, they were approved 10 days ago. Once every 3 years, this agenda is being approved, and so the last time it was approved just a few days ago. So the first aspect is redistribution of water in trans-border aspects between the field, nexus cooperation, interoperability between water, energy, agriculture, and ecosystems, financing of trans-border water cooperation, management of water resources, and adaptation to the climate change. I thank you for your attention. I hope it was interesting to you and useful. Thank you, Ms. Tamara. Let's applaud. Let's give a round of applause to our expert. Dear friends, we are rolling up our first panel, and this is the foundation in many regards for our further discussion, because in future panels we will go in the depth of the questions raised in the first panel. So I'm very glad that we have many experts here in our team represented here. There are representatives from the state service, from scientists, and we have representatives from our international partners and colleagues. It's very important. It's very important not to compete, but to create synergy, and this synergy can be created only in cooperation. And I invite Ms. Olga Zhovtonog, representative of Water Initiative from last Chester, to sum up our first panel. I am grateful for you for invitation. I'm honored to be here at this meeting. A lot has been said about the problems which water management encounter due to the ruining of infrastructure. There are problems related to water supply, and Mr. Vasily said about the input from the government, how the government is dealing with this problem. And our partners, our international partners, just told us about the need to harmonize, to adjust legislation. And I would like to draw your attention to the economic aspect of the water policy, because when we talk about stable development, water stable management, we need to understand that the water reservoir management is the basis of this management, but we also have a national level. And when we have now differences between the regions, and it's not only about the level of war impact from region to region, it's also about climate change from region, the differences from region to region, where we will have more deficit, water deficit, in what regions we will have more water deficit in 20, 30 years. What regions should we prioritize for investments? This is inter-industry questions. And so there is a great need of coordination at the level of state. The same applies to multifunctional industrial, agricultural infrastructure. You know our huge canals. Many of them are occupied, but many still work in Gulets, Dnipro, Donbas canals. They still work. And these canals, they have been created, they were created as a tool for agricultural field. And it's also, these objects also should be taken under the management of centralized management. There should be assigned bodies who will be responsible for redistribution of water, supply of water, etc. The same applies to smaller local communities. There are local farmers, local businesses, and so the policy should implement integrated approaches at all levels. And what we need above all now is stable institutions. The stable institutions at all levels. We already we said the word decentralization. Decentralization requires stable institutions, and then will come investments. We are speaking about some new draft laws about infrastructure, about water operator. So the main question about the institutional development of agencies, of economic tools, modernization, and then maintenance of these systems. Because we can invest money, but who will ensure maintenance, stable maintenance of those systems? And so what we propose to raise the question of economic component in water policy. And for that purpose, we created Water Initiative, a Water Association. And the Water Association also became a part of our initiative. Our initiative covers 34 organizations, scientific, public, business organizations, organizations of users. So what our goal? We want to initiate a clear process and to include in that process legislation and mainly the vision of water management in Ukraine, how this decentralized management will look like. Who will control? What about reporting about water services? Many questions, but the most important, how much water we will have and how to distribute it. How should we distribute it? And so we are developing a clear algorithm, steps. Now we are carrying out consultations with state agency and other agencies. And I want to say that this initiative also includes many agencies, civil organizations, public organizations, women of Ukraine in the Partnership for Water, and other agencies. And our goal to initiate the national dialogue, effective national dialogue. What does it mean? It means when the society, which includes experts, together with government, should take decisions about water management in the future in connection with economic component. And so, using this opportunity, I think our next initiative will be the first meeting, maybe task group or maybe round table, which will allow us to develop water vision for Ukraine. And today is about time, because many our international partners, World Bank and European Union and USAID and other, and Holland and German partners, who are now involved in helping Ukraine with water management. And so with participation of our partners, our donors, is important so that we establish a mechanism for recovery. And the most important is water management, which should be embedded at the legislation level, at the level of new agencies which should be created. Then we will be managed to establish new tariffs which will be payable by people.
Well, thank you. Just a couple of words to complement the Institute of Water Challenges and Melioration at the National Academy of Sciences of Ukraine, who's the founder of the Ukrainian Water Association. We've learned their forecasts on the climate changes for the upcoming years, upcoming 50 years. And of course, these are very troublesome indicators. And together with the teams and together with the MIT US project called Drinking Water for Ukraine, we're trying to come up with certain visions, reflecting some of the questions that you've mentioned. Management, well, it requires some measuring possibilities. So we are trying to come up with a very clear institutional network and infrastructure to have it all measured and quantified in terms of all mechanisms related to the water supply issues. You've mentioned the Ministry of Agriculture. There's the discussion. There's different, speed of actions of different ministries, but hopefully we'll be able to synchronize our efforts, and the arguments of every institution will be taken into account. This is not an easy way, but we are gathering in order to speak the same language. We are on the beginning on this way. This is the end of the first section, first panel. We are grateful to our guests, panelists. Once again, I would like to express words of gratitude to the State Agency of Water Resources for their constant support. We shall continue with this conference and we'll proceed to the next panel. And as I've already mentioned, it's going to be more of an applied one. So the further we go, the more practical will be the sessions, the more kind of local will be the issues. We've heard a lot about the implementation of the EU acquis, the international trends, etc. But as long as there will be a vision at the level of water users and Gromadas, all of our efforts will go in vain, because I talked to representatives of Gromadas and the water supply public utility companies. Well, it's kind of difficult because there is a mistrust to the processes that are taking place at the national level, and they do not believe that you haven't been done anything over the past 20 years, and could be the same. So the second section is developing the state policy on the careful use and accounting and monitoring of the water resources, the successful examples of Canada, Korea, and Uzbekistan. So I'd like to invite Maria Shpanchik, the head of the Department for the Supply of Water Resources of the State Agency of Water Resources of Ukraine. So please take your seat. Then we have Olga Syutikova. She's an expert on the recovery of environment, local self-government, and the reform of the decentralization. And she's from the UN development program in Ukraine. And we have Volodymyr Bilokon, a subject matter expert in water policy from the Ministry of Environment, more specifically from team to support the reforms. Then online, we're going to have Jim Young. He's the head of the Water Agency Canada. He'll be talking about the accounting of water resources in Canada. We have Mr. Kim. He's the General Director of Management Korean Water Resources, and Abujun Karimov, the Chief Expert of Water Resources from Uzbekistan. So please, you have the floor. Greetings, dear colleagues and members of this session. It's a great pleasure to work with you and to to continue this conference, specifically with this panel. And it's completely devoted to the water strategy of Ukraine that was approved back in 2022, and the operational plan, or in fact, the action plan for the implementation of the strategy, is something that we are finalizing this year. And we are preparing the next operational plan for the upcoming 3 years. But within the water strategy of Ukraine, we are currently talking about the water preservation aspects as well as the preservation of the quantity parameters. I would suggest to, do not take too much time. Are already out of time. In fact, I'd like to pass the floor to Maria Szpanczyk, and she will have a presentation. Just a second. Here is the presentation already. The counting, monitoring of water resources and the digitalization. So, Maria, under conditions of the war and for the normal and consistent management of the water resources. Basically, that is the accounting of the water use and the monitoring of the water quality. The current legislation, the main document regulating this, is the Water Code of Ukraine. It's been drafted in a pretty professional way and contains a lot of norms and provisions. And if they would be, properly implemented and complied with, would have a much better situation with the water resources, because the main goals provided under this legislation are fairly ambitious, and they would ensure a proper condition of the water reserves and a proper quality of them as well. So, speaking of the accounting in the water, we have Chapter 6 of the Water Code that provides for the fact that the accounting of water resources should include the accounting of the surface, underground waters, and the accounting of the water use. And it contains some of the norms that combines all that. There's the canister and the division of the competences between the public authorities that are responsible for doing all of that. Now, what is the main purpose of the state accounting of the water reserves? That is the establishment of the mechanism to provide sufficient data for the state and all the sectors to have sufficient information on the quality and quantity of the water, as well as on the water use by different industries. Now, these data should be the basis for the decision making in the field of distribution of water among the users, as well as to ensure some of the activities for the consistent water management in Ukraine. That is the plans for the management of river basins of Ukraine. The state accounting of the water use is done by means of submitting reports on the use of water by the water users. Fortunately, that report is done once per year in Ukraine. And under conditions of the war, it's not obligatory. Therefore, and and this is kind of one of the kind of obligations of the water users provided under the Code of Ukraine. And you can see there is an Article 44. The water users are responsible for accounting the use of water and through automated way, and they should be controlling the quality of the discharge water, and they should supply the responsible authorities with the reports in accordance with the current legislation. So, these norms that we have now, how do they kind of being implemented? So, this is the current situation. The State Water Agency provides permits for the special water use, and currently, as of the November the 6th, we have around 26,000 permits for special water use. And each user has this permit for special water use, and he should be submitting reports on the use of water. He should be mentioning how much water he is using, or what is the quality of the discharge water. But we've received only 12,132 reports. So just around 27 have reported about their use, about the amount of water they've used and the quality of that and how they used. Now, out of this 12,000, this 9,000 are the initial water users. So we have less than 40%. But actually, it's kind of 34%. That is the level of accounting Ukraine, meaning that something around 60% of the water. Oh, well, that's a big puzzle for the state where this water is being supplied to, how it's being used, and so it's not reflected in the statistical data as part of Sustainable Development Goal and other statistic documents, including FAO and other reports that Ukraine is committed to submit as a signatory of a number of conventions and agreements. So, out of this information, we have a summarized reports, and we can see that 5.7 billion cubic meters are currently consumed by the water users, those who submitted their reforms. And out of those, most of them are the surface waters. Main source is the underground waters in Ukraine as a state. In order to manage the water resources properly, Ukraine needs first and foremost to establish a proper accounting of the surface water resources. And the other part related to the accounting of the water resources. Well, it's important, right? The other thing, which is even more important, is the quality of the waters, because if this water is of improper quality, it could be consumed, as the previous speakers has mentioned during the previous panel, that it's a technical water, then why would you need that? And if that's, unacceptable, then there's no value in this water. So the water should provide for the water quality standards to comply with, even in case of water discharges. And I would like to also say that the monitoring of the surface water situation in Ukraine, it has a more kind of a progress rather than the counting waters use, because the procedure for state monitoring of water resources provided under the resolution government number 88. So it's being implemented, and in fact, the state has changed the approaches, the indicators for monitoring, the regularity, the entities doing the monitoring. So they reduced the number of institutions doing the monitoring. So in case of surface waters, there's two institutions: State Water Agency and State hydrometeor station. These are the two institutions running the monitoring of the water in the surface area. So the important thing is that Ukraine has finally started measuring the priority kind of chemicals and other contaminants that were not measured before. So currently have a monitoring of the pesticides, have a metals, synthetic and non-synthetic substances, but the documents regulating the wastewater discharges, well, they do not reflect this chemical substances and other substances. So that is the thing that we would need to change as part of our Atlantic commitments. Going back to the monitoring, well, main regulatory documents of this area is the water code. There's an article on that. There's a procedure for monitoring, and there's another monitoring program approved on the annual basis by the Ministry of Economy, and it sets the points for diagnostic and operational monitoring. It should include the kind of survey or investigatory monitoring. Currently, the program for 2024, it has 540 points of monitoring, and that's 490 reservoirs of surface waters. Now, out of them, 88 points are the surface waters used for providing potable water. And currently, there are some areas where the laboratories cannot reach for security reasons. Well, it's dangerous. And there's, in fact, like two or three places that where the monitoring is not conducted and samples are not taken, but that's for security reasons. The state water agency has 4 laboratories doing the analysis of those minerals and substances, and we have 19 other regional laboratories who support that, who are doing some chemical, biological measurements. They're taking water samples for further monitoring of the priority contaminants. And in Ukraine, we have over 120 indicators being researched, 55. That's out of the list of called 45 plus. It's the list in Ukraine that sets the groups of substances that needs to be measured for identification of a chemical condition, including the pharmaceutical products, heavy metals, and pesticides, which are identified in Ukraine based on the screening results. And we also have another 60 indicators of physical and physical chemical substances. That's a big list of contaminants, I would say. Now, talking about the plans, I guess I still have a couple of minutes, which is and that's my final slide about what we're planning to do next. It's not only about digitalization, but still, the digitalization is combined with the priorities that Ukraine needs to implement as part of EU integration. What do we plan to do next? And we already started, in fact, this work. Regarding the accounting of the surface water facilities, we have a working group. That's a water cadaster. And the foundation for us to understand the amount of water we have, we need to understand how many how many rivers, reservoirs do we have, not statistically, but exactly. All the surface water facilities should be included into the national register of the geospatial data and should be published openly. Now we have over 3,000 water facilities. All of them are plotted on the portal of the water resources, but these are not the complete information. This is not the complete data available for Ukraine, currently used for the management of water resources. As you already said, we have the management plans for 8 river basins. One of the activities provided in this plan is the development of the water accounting procedure and the modernization of the current accounting sensors and tools. Well, this is a very important stuff because without the sensors, without the permanent measurement and the use of water, you won't be able to manage those resources later on. That's why we have this event to implement as part of the management plan the river basins. The other thing which is also important that Ukraine has to be implemented as the norm of the Water Framework Directive on the combined approach to the pinpoint and diffuse water sources. All the discharges and effluents have to be properly controlled and managed. We have a draft law which is about to introduce some amendments as part of the industrial effluents and in part of the list of the contaminants that should be regulated. We're also about to introduce certain amendments, and they're included into the action plan. If you remember, there was an action plan on the River Ros, so we're preparing to draft a legal document that widens the scope of the indicators to be controlled in a kind of wider spectrum, so to say. So these are some of the basic things that we need to do like gradually in order for the country to have some tools for running the accounting, monitoring of the water resources. Because without the understanding of the amount of resources and the quality of them, well, it's going to be very difficult for us to kind of come up and manage with any activities. Thank you. Perfect. Thank you. Thank Maria. And these are very interesting plans. And first of all, I'd like to extend words of gratitude for these enormous efforts done by the State Water Agency in terms of the monitoring of water resources. This is a big work, difficult work, and we're not only talking about those funds that were transferred as part of the international technical assistance. No, state water resources found their own sources, and they supported laboratories using their own kind of funds and resources. But I would like to talk more about the accounting, the next presentation that I would like to allow myself to have a floor. So I will have a presentation on the accounting because we'll be talking about the countering of losses. And this is a very interesting aspect. It's related to the transfer of water in between of the river basins of different rivers. And unfortunately, we're still using the old channels that have been built almost 100 years ago.
Expect
And in that regard, important aspect is how to transport water between the organized resources, and the leakage, the losses that take place during this transportation are the most painful and also sensitive for the state of groundwaters is the transportation of waters through the pipe lines, and when we want to say, when we say about leakages from those pipelines, it also creates a lot of problems for ecology. And also, when we look at the statistics from the State Statistics Service, yes, there is less water losses, but it attributes to the loss of the territory of Ukraine. And now we are speaking about the loss of Crimea, Donetsk, Lugansk regions, and hence we see the decrease in the results, in the losses in the statistics. And so if we compare their intake and the losses, then we can say that over the last years, the losses have dropped, but not significantly. So there is a still quite concerning problem. And I already gave you examples of the underground water, and I want you to show the ratio between the intake from underground water and the losses, and you will see that it's almost the same, which means that the same amount that we take from underground we lose later during transportation. Now I would break these aspects into three global aspects. Into three aspects. So one aspect is global. Just recently we said that Israel provided even surplus of water, and we can only applaud to Israel, but we have our own problems, and the huge problem in Ukraine is the south of Ukraine. We know we have Alaska half desert area in the south of Ukraine, and especially the problem exacerbates after the blowing up of Kakhovska Dam. And the climate changes are very concerning for us, and they have the serious impact on the state of water resources in Ukraine. European experts say that every 5 years the climate change will double the losses. Imagine this, and I have just presented the amount of losses in 2020, which was caused by the drought. And these risks of turning the land into a desert, especially they apply especially for the south of Ukraine. And there are serious concerns that this region can turn into a depressive, dilapidated region. And due to the absence of water and the lack of our desire to fight against water losses. Economical aspects, of course, they are important, and they're important within the centralized water supply. Imagine that water canal, which is an agency that take the water, and then the water canal, the water supply agency, they must treat the water. This includes the chemicals, the staff, salary to the staff, the energy which is needed to pump water, to treat it, to prepare it. And after the water is prepared, it is being supplied to the centralized water supply system. And then we have losses, we have leakage. And I want to emphasize now that nobody knows the exact volume of leakage. when we speak about leakage, about losses between the transfer from the basin to basin, there is still some estimation, but nobody knows the losses, the leakage, which takes place from the generalized water supply system. And the very interesting aspect, if losses exceed 10%, then this is being compensated by the supplier. So Canal, as a supplier, pays for these losses. In France, and I was very curious about this matter. So in France, the losses do not exceed 20%. I want to emphasize nobody knows nobody knows about actual losses of our water agencies. And speaking about ecological aspects, that includes not tightly sealed systems. Imagine the sewage system, how much water is being wasted, how much water is leaked through the sewage system. This negatively impacts the ecology system, underground water system, especially in the cities, and it also negatively impacts ground to surface water supply. If we estimate roughly, we can only speak about data from canals, and these we know that about 20 losses attribute to the evaporizing, 80 losses attribute to the water infiltration, meaning the leakage due to some cracks and due to some cracks in the concrete bed of the water canals, in the concrete coating of this of a water canal. And also unauthorized water intake, basically theft, is also a big problem. And I don't know how much is being stolen. Probably it's very difficult to answer this question now. And I want to emphasize that this question raised by Maria Mykolaieva about accounting of water, it's a very, very urgent and very, very important. It is being the accounting system, water accounting system is being only formed, and it requires our attention. And all this needs to be raised and resolved. And the saving of water approaches to how to save water, it's very simple. Now we're talking about use of pipelines. We're not talking about canals like was used in the past. Even though there are still canals, and we will not close them, but we need to improve them. We need to update them, to maybe install hydro isolation, because due to the dilapidating, due to ruining of the canal coating, there are lots of water, a lot of leakage. Now about businesses, the business should think how to install solar panels above water canals. This is a very prospective thing, because the amount, because due to this, it will reduce the evaporizing, because the solar panels will protect the canals from wind, and it will reduce evaporizing. And so all this will also, because there will be some protection measures, security measures in place, this will also prevent water stealing from the canals. So it will all benefit to preserve water. And another important aspect is a step-by-step refusal from usage of open canals and transferring all the process into the pipe system. Now, if we take a look into Kalush plant, which is actively working, there used to be a Rubizhansky plant, but due to situation in Donbass, we don't know the situation with it now. Kalushki, but the Kalushki plant still works, and it produces a lot of material pipes, synthetic pipes, plastic pipes. And these are the directions which require our attention. And thank you. Dear colleagues, I now give the floor. Probably it will be video, which will be from Jiwoong, the manager of the Water Energy Agency of Canada. And he will speak to us now and will tell us about the water accounting in Canada. So, dear organizers, please turn on the video.
Thank you very much for the invitation to speak here at the Ukrainian Water Association Conference. And I bring you greetings from Canada. I would like to acknowledge that where I live, work, Canadian land territory of the Mississauga to the First Nation and the Mississauga and Chippewa Nations of the Williams Treaty. I also recognize that part of the traditional territories of the Oksana and the Huron Red Belt. When we think about Canada, we normally think about the abundance of clean, fresh water. After all, often told that Canada has some 20% of the world's total freshwater resources. However, less than half of this water, about 7% of the global supply, is actually accessible. Most of it is fossil water retained in lakes, underground aquifers, and glaciers. For Canada's approximately 40 million people, about 0.5% of the world's population, this is still a generous amount of water. But more than half of this water drains north into the Arctic Ocean and the Hudson Bay. As a result, it is unavailable to 85% of the Canadian population who live along the country's southern border. That means the remaining supply, while still abundant, is heavily used and often overly stressed. In Canada, as in most countries, water impacts citizens and industries at all levels. The government's responsibilities with water are held at different levels. This is an attempt at a slide trying to describe a very complicated freshwater governance environment within Canada. The international connections in water governance are not addressed in this slide, but I do note that we have a large neighbor to our south with water demands, very much like what we have in Canada. Unfortunately, we do have a governance body known as the International Joint Commission to enable the two countries to cooperate and to manage these waters and to protect them for the benefit of today's citizens and future generations. The government of Canada reached out to Canadians to inquire on the challenges we have with water. The top issues identified were the current federal existing Canada water legislation and concerns around water data. In 2021, a virtual workshop was conducted to help identify some key national challenges for water data in Canada, while work was conducted to prepare for a new Canada Water Agency. The government of Canada, the creation of the Canada Water Agency, officially launched just last month in October, is to provide that leadership, coordination, and collaboration to work with our partners in the water space. My area of responsibility within the newly formed Canada Water Agency is the lead in the area of water data. And I'm always asked, what do you mean by freshwater data? I've started to describe the scope of my work in 4 large water data domains, which has the largest impact: water quality, water quantity, water management, and aquatic ecosystems. And as you can see from this graph, this slide, many of these domains intersect with each other. Since I've broadly defined the water data domain, I also need to especially define for observation data, what are my geographic domains?
The water cycle covers all the geographic domains, so my scope covers it all. I'll just summarize this slide by saying that water goes where water goes, and data must follow. So we've heard loud and clear from our citizens that across Canada, we could benefit from a collaborative approach to water data. And we started to describe what we can do together for water data. Which leads us to my vision for a national freshwater data strategy in Canada. I'm looking to build a data strategy with all of our partners across Canada so that trusted freshwater data can be utilized to make good decisions, whether that is for policy, industry, drinking, or recreation. As an initial step to a collaborative approach to realizing our vision, I was able to host a national freshwater data strategy, bringing together about 100 data and policy experts to better understand the data strategy framework and garner support in working together. So what did we hear from the workshop? Well, some of the simple examples that I've heard is that the Canada Water Agency can have a role to help bring our organizations and government together to harness data for better decision-making. Good data makes good decisions. As well, the Canada Water Agency can help on creating a data layer to help make data more accessible and usable, translating data into information. What are our next steps? At this time, we're working on engagement with our partners and stakeholders. We will be developing and organizing technical working groups to help bring together a draft data strategy. And ultimately, we will be moving and guiding strategy to all the respective organizations for endorsement. And with that, I'll close here and thank you again for the invitation to share about our work in Canada. If you have any questions, please don't hesitate to reach out to my office at the email address here. And I wish you all the very best in your conference, and I trust that your time will be fruitful and spent in good dialogue. Thank you. Дякую. Слава Україні.
Алло? Ні, не працює.
Чутно, да? Чудово. Так. Пропоную передати слово.
So I suggest that we give the floor to the next speaker, Ilkhom Dzhuraev, representative of the water resources of Uzbekistan. He will be speaking from Zhuk, and he will report to us about transformation of this field from the Soviet Union to the modern age.
Здравствуйте, Ilkhom Dzhuraev сейчас на поездке. Слышно меня?
Ой, вибачте, дійсно, я... Вибачте, ради Бога, да.
Sorry, Jiwoong Kim, General Director Manager of Korean Water Resources Corporation, Key Water. Sorry, Mr. Kim, the floor is yours.
Здравствуйте, коллеги. Слышно меня?
Hello, can you hear me?
Здравствуйте, проводную работу Министерства водных хозяйств в рамках...
So I represent the Ministry of the Water Resources in Uzbekistan. And I would like to tell you about the works carried out by the Ministry of the Water Resources in Uzbekistan, in the Republic of Uzbekistan. So the Ministry of Water Resources of Republic of Uzbekistan, the Agency for Exploitation of Water Resources of Uzbekistan, the Central Water Resources of Uzbekistan, Agency for Exploitation of Objects of Water Resources, Center of Reforms of Water Economy.
Формирование водных ресурсов водно-хозяйственной инфраструктуры, основные реки Амудары и Сырдары. Образование воды Амудары 70%, Сырдары 80%. Использование воды из реки 70%, воды 1%, коллектор 2%. 4,3 миллиона гектар площадь орошенных земли.
The area of the irrigated lands is 4.3 million hectares. The use of water in the industries of the economy, agriculture is 90%. The food industry is 4.5%. The industry and energy, 4.3%. Fishing is 1.2%. The use and the water reserves over different periods of years. In 1991, 64, then 2022, 51. In 2030 was 49 billion cubic meters. Now, some of our water supply facilities, we have 72 water reservoirs, 4,065 irrigation wells, 1,687 pumping stations, 54.47 different hydrotechnical facilities, 27.3 supervisory or monitoring wells, and 3,973 meliorative wells. Good. Now, the reconstruction of the channels and irrigation networks. This is the plan for 2024. The plan was 1,500 kilometers. 555 kilometers were to be provided or reconstructed using the budget of the Republic. 317 was to be provided in cooperation with China TMC Engineering, and 69 kilometers of projects implemented with involvement of the World Bank and Asian Development Bank. The outcomes that we shall be receiving, the increase in the effectiveness of the channels from 0.6 to 0.9 will have a water supply to over 800,000 hectares. Good. The reforms in the previous years, the status of 2017, the total area of introduced water saving technologies was 9.6 thousand hectares. The droplet irrigations was 0.97, and the total area of introduced water saving technologies 76,500 hectares. Droplet irrigation 35.7 thousand hectares, and rain irrigation 2.3 thousand hectares. Then we've done some works in 2023, and as the result, we have the total area of introduced water saving technologies 20.9 thousand hectares, droplet irrigation 5.4 thousand hectares, and rain and straight irrigation 1.6 thousand hectares. Later balancing 13.9 thousand hectares. that we've allowed to save a lot of water, and we've managed to increase the level of productivity of our crops and the yield of our crops. Key criteria. Having known the advanced experience of foreign countries on the introduction of the water-saving technologies, priority task for our republic was the introduction of the droplet, rain, and discrete irrigation, as well as the technologies of leveling the lands using the land planning equipment as well as lather balancing equipment. Before 2018, the areas of the republic was the energy saving technologies were only 28,000 hectares. Now we're talking about 1.3 million hectares, which is the 30% of the irrigated land. The indicators for introducing digital technologies in water management. The irrigated area is 4.3 million hectares. Annual water supply from the sources 51 billion cubic meters. The water consumption 103 million cubic meters. The cost of transportation of the water is 3.9 trillion of currency units, and the loss of water in the sources is 35. The amount of consumed water, or the volume of consumed water, is 38 billion cubic meters. In the channels of Marishko-Kamashik of the Kazbysky district, we have installed 26 modern water intake facilities, and these channels are fully automated that allow to increase the water supply level to 6,500 hectares of lands, and we've managed to have a 30 to 40% increase in the processes of water distribution. These are the informational systems currently available for water management. We have 6 softwares. The information from the water canister, information system for water use, for pumping stations, digital information system, digital map, and a mobile app called Tomchi. 300 pumping stations were transferred to the private sector. 300 pumping stations on territory of Republic. The territory, 105,000 hectares, and the period of the project from 3 to 49 years. State partner, Ministry of Water Resources, top of the project, modernization, funding, establishment of the water management. The total cost of the project is 1.3 trillion sums, and the private partners to invest 351 billion sums, and 300 pumping stations will be modernized and refurbished. The development of science in the field of water management. In 2020, we started the Scientific Research Center for Water Challenges at the Cabinet of Ministers. 2021, we've improved the activity of this Scientific Research Institute for Irrigation Water Challenges. We've created the Center for the Institute in different districts. In 2021-2023, the Republic had 50 kind of simulation sites and scientific research areas and sites to introduce the water saving technology. And we try to see the impact on a variety of agricultural cultures. This concludes my presentation. Thank you for your attention. Thank you. We thank to Mr. Dzhuraev, and I pass the floor to Jiwoong Kim, the CEO of Manager Korean Water Resources Corp K-Water. Please, you have the floor. Mr. Jiwoong Kim, so please, the floor is yours.
Okay. Just a moment. Just a moment, Chris. Sorry about that. Just a moment. Oh, sorry. Oops. No. Oh. Sorry about that. Just a minute, please. Okay.
Okay.
I can start. My name is Jiwoong Kim, and it's been a really honor to share waterworks business in South Korea. And I hope my presentation help you better understand how waterworks business is going in South Korea and also K-Water. Next. This is me, Jiwoong Kim, and I have three contents. First content is waterworks history. The second one is waterworks distribution system in Korea. And the third one is policy shift for waterworks, AI, and SWNM. The first chapter is waterworks history. Waterworks started in 1900 in South Korea. Since 1950, waterworks business has increased first with quantity, phase, and recently with high technology, as you can see in this slide. This picture shows the first waterworks workers in Seoul metropolitan area crossing the Han River and Myeongjang water treatment plant construction site in Busan, South Korea. As you know, we lost everything during the Korean War. And in the middle of 1950s, we started to rebuild waterworks facilities and newly construct water supply system across the country, resulting in supplying clean water. In terms of water service coverage, almost 90% of people are served with clean tap water, but rural area is a little bit lower than 93%. Regarding water treatment plant, around 500 water treatment plants are under operation right now in South Korea. And in terms of water treatment plant capacity is approximately 27 billion cubic meter per day. As you can see from this table, revenue water is approximately 85% on 2060 years. That means non-revenue water is about 10%. The average water tariff is approximately $0.63 US, maybe 60 cents per cubic meter per day, and the realization water tariff ratio is about 81%. This is the first chapter of South Korea's water history and water statics. The second thing is I would like to present waterworks distribution system in South Korea. K-Water's members, K-Water main business is water resource management, multi-purpose dam construction and operation, water supply services, smart city construction, and renewable energy productions. This is our main business. This slide shows water supply structure, who produce water and how water goes to end users. End users get clean water from local government. Local government get raw water from K-Water or local intake facilities. Here we can understand the two types of waterworks management: multi-regional water supply system and local water supply system. K-Water is in charge of operating multi-regional water supply system, providing around 50% of water demand, the total in South Korea. And in terms of local water supply, local government intake raw water from a stream or a river, and after water treatment, the water goes to each household. We call this system local water supply. This diagram we are seeing shows how tap water is supplied to households in South Korea. Approximately 50% of total demand is supplied by K-Water, which is responsible for facilities that two or more local government refers to as a multi-regional water supply system. K-Water is mostly operating for transmission pipeline system, and local government is mainly handling distribution pipeline system. There are two types of water supply system in South Korea, I already told you. One is a multi-regional water supply system controlled by K-Water. The other is a local water supply system, right? K-Water is managing multi-regional water supply system. There are 50 multi-regional water supply systems across the total country. Total capacity of multi-regional water supply system is around 15 billion cubic meter per day. Actually, 18 billion cubic meter per day. The length of pipeline is around 5,800 kilometers. This slide shows one of the multi-regional water supply system, which is the Seoul Metropolitan Water Supply System. The facility is in Seoul metropolitan area. Here is the detailed information of Seoul Metropolitan Multi-Regional Water Supply System. Its capacity is around 8.5 million cubic meter per day, which is around half of total capacity of K-Water. And pipeline length is around 1,000 cubic kilometers, and having 5 intake systems, 10 water treatment plants, and 12 pumping stations. This slide shows network system of Seoul Metropolitan Water Supply System. Really huge and really complicated. Every pipeline system has connect each other. As you can see in this diagram. Here is a local water supply system. Each local government has its own water supply system. There are 166 local governments across the country, 1 special city like Seoul, 6 metropolitan cities like Daejeon here. This is our K-Water, or Korea's water supply system, and this is the last chapter I'd like to present about the new water supply future, policy shift for waterworks, AI system, and smart water network management system. A paradigm shift of water treatment plants using big data-based AI technology, a self-operating system for real-time decision-making in water treatment process, focusing on water quality and water quantities. Most of the, as our workers is really old right now. We should have to be. They are mostly retired nowadays, so we need an AI system for autonomous water treatment plant. So we are right now we do have expanding AI system in water treatment plant in South Korea. Another thing is non-revenue water, reducing non-revenue water. As I already told you, this technology is a little bit old one, but we can say NRW is the difference between the water volume of system input and build consumption right now. And our K-Water name NRW project Smart Water Network Management Key Technologies. K-Water has developing as smart water network management technology, reducing NRW, optimal water network management technology that builds and operates a water supply system can proactively respond to accidents, such as leaks, leakage, and water quality abnormalities by incorporating IoT and AI technology into the entire water supply system. So I would like to present a video from K-Water. This innovative technology, digital twin, AI, and SWNM. Yeah, I already got it. This is our stream recorded in main K-Water's technology, digital twin, AI, and SWNM. Nowadays, we are expanding our global overseas business. And for example, about the SWNM technologies, in Indonesia, we are right now feasibility studied about some area for adopting SWNM technology with the funding system in South Korea's multi bank with together. This is my last presentation. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Mr. Jiwoong, thank you very much for your very interesting presentation and with presentation of innovative approaches in water resources management. Thank you, thank you. Okay, добренько. Значить, тоді переходимо до
Good. Then we are going to our next and the last presenter in our this panel before lunch. They are representatives of the project of the decentralization reforms and monitoring of water resources and analyzing the climate and other threats. Dear friends, I realize that only the most resilient participants are being left who understand any language. You can relax now, lay back and relax. I will be brief and I will present to you our program that we implement on behalf of the UN program in Ukraine and with support of Sweden government. As you know, probably Sweden actively supports social initiatives, any non-government organizations, associations, which must be included in the decision-making process. They are actively supported by Sweden government. So we received a request from the Association of Water Canals of Ukraine, even before the war, that there is a need to create a complex platform on monitoring of water resources. So we set up a group of professionals, ecologists, and there are videos about the creation of this project. You will be able to watch them later. And the aim of our project was to create a pilot project, pilot platform, IT decision in order to integrate, receive and integrate data. It's more about quality of water. While my colleagues were saying about the importance of monitoring of volumes of water, accounting of water, then our project aims more to monitor the quality of water. And you probably have the opportunity to prove this year how important the quality is. Given the catastrophe in Desna this summer and the situation in Chernihiv region, the experts have had these fears a long time ago that there could be a subversion across the border with Russia and with Belarus, and so there is a need to monitor the situation in that region. And so initially our platform was created to monitor the situation in Chernihiv region. Then we started discussion with Vodokanal, water channel, water distribution system. Usually Vodokanal, water canals are perceived as a wastage canal, because very often industrial plants, they dump water in different canals, even though they need to have their own purification systems. We understand that sometimes, and especially in the circumstances of war, their plants can just dump the wastage water into the drainage. It shouldn't take place, but it could happen. And my colleagues already said about the leakage of water in Ukraine and the need to account for the volumes of leakage of water in Ukraine. And we already touched upon the risks of the future risks and the need of adaptation of the approaches. A few slides to illustrate. Even before war, we had many problems with open waters due to organic substances which are being dumped into the water. And our team of hydrobiologists ran tests before the war and carried out biological researches. We studied how different biological organisms interact between each other on the certain temperatures. And also, I would like to say that over 30 different institutes participated in the creation of adaptation of water resources to climate changes. And it's important for our project because we want to collect more geolocational data to understand how we need to adapt our regions, because every region of Ukraine has its own water characteristics, and so their approaches must be tailored specifically. My colleagues already touched upon the evaluation about shadowing of water resources with solar panels. There could be also some wood blocks planted near the along water canals, and this will help to retain water in the soil. So what our project does? So we selected several types of equipment from remotely portable, inexpensive to very quite expensive. As you can see, there is a gauge which we purchased just to see how it will work. We gave this gauge to several ecology departments and to several institutes. And we were pleased to know that when they compared the data obtained from this gauge with the data obtained from their certified laboratories, these data were the same. So that raise our trust in this device. And so we started to purchase these devices. Basically, you connect this device to your phone, and all the data from your tests, from geological tests, is stored on your device. And automated monitoring. Unfortunately, we have not managed to streamline this procedure in our Chernihiv region before the war, the full-scale war started. But we hope that next year we will purchase laboratory sensors which are being used in America and in other developed countries. What else we purchased for our project? We purchased underwater drones. They're equipped. They are equipped with cameras, and these water drones are used to monitor underwater conditions, to detect some cracks in the pipes. And when we provided these devices to the emergency service of Ukraine, they said that even though the vision is quite fogged, but it's approximately no worse than the view a diver has if a diver dives in the water. So these devices can be used. Other regions probably need such devices, and probably all regions of Ukraine need such devices. Zakarpattia region asks for these devices, but our prime attention to the communities that mostly suffered from the war. And now about the IT platform, about IT solution. Currently, this IT platform is closed from the public view. Only experts have access to this platform, but we plan that there will be two levels of access to this platform: the common access to all the users, and expert access, which will allow the expert to log in from their own account, and they will be able to see additional information from this platform. So there is a map, and on this map there are intake locations connected to this map. There is a dynamic which is being traced, and this is a geo-informational platform is connected to the cadastre. So that's why we do not open it for the public view so far. The convenience is that the platform can be adjusted to the form which is more convenient to the user. You will be able to find the information more relative to your needs, the differences between temperatures applicable to different regions. All of this will be available on this platform. Having a lot number of locations of intakes, we will be able to identify the location of the threat. This is which we were lacking in the catastrophe which took place this summer. We understood that there was a contamination, but we couldn't realize where that contamination, we couldn't locate the contamination. And thank you for your attention. That's it about the project. We'll be glad to answer any questions. And we hope very much for cooperation with the stakeholders, and especially with Water State Agency, because the equipment will be assigned to certain agencies, and the platform as the IT solution, which still needs to be completed. It's quite raw now, and we will need to connect many sensors and devices for data processing. All this we have at the stage of reconciliation, and we're interested in cooperation with the most competent structures and agencies. Thank you, Ms. Olga. It was a very interesting presentation. I would like to say that we need to clearly understand that there is a state system of monitoring, and the situation, given the current situation, now we are completing to form the needs of state governance needs, and we want to identify the information that the state needs in order to make managerial decisions. This is our goal, and this type of monitoring, which we can consider as type of research monitoring, is also very valuable. Maybe this type of monitoring will be integrated later in the state system, but now it's also needs to be tested in its own way. But as we say, the monitoring cannot exist on its own. Monitoring is a tool for the state governance, and this tool will be directed to and integrated into the plan of river basin management, because there should not be monitoring just to gauge something, to measure something. Monitoring is a very expensive thing. Measuring each element entails a lot of funds. It's a very expensive equipment. We need to understand that. And also another important aspect, like Ms. Olga said, we also need to move towards creation of a market of laboratory material assets. There are 4 powerful laboratories that exist within a state agency, but it's very few, too few. We need to get more. We do not have the capacity to cover the entire volumes of water that we have, because we don't have enough laboratories. So there should be a state concept to develop any aspects of laboratory services, even private laboratory services, which allow to form a market. Yes, you can submit applications transparently, and there should be competition. There should be a market for these things. And to summarize this panel, I would like to say that we based on the Korean experience, which is actively being applied by the artificial intelligence. It's artificial Korean experience which applies actively artificial intelligence. So we encourage really to publish all these PowerPoints on the website, because some language aspects have been very inaccessible, because I couldn't understand our Uzbek colleague maybe. But anyway, I'm grateful to all the participants, and especially to you, because you're very resilient. And now I give the word to the next speakers. And I want to thank Mr. Volodymyr to moderating of this uneasy discussion. We wanted to demonstrate the experience from different countries, especially from the countries which have some problems connected to water resources. And I want to draw attention of the participants of this conference on your badges. On the back side of the badge, you can see the QR code with the reference to the program. There are additional materials, and all the registered participants will receive all the materials. I also want to draw attention to our Uzbek colleague. He was very excited. He was agitated a bit, because it was his first experience on the international stage. So let's let's encourage him, and let's show them their respect, because they have their own control systems at the state level, and because they have their own problems related to their climate. And also, we are grateful to our Korean colleagues. This is where we are aiming, the artificial intelligence, machine learning in the management of water resources. And now we are going to our next panel, which is called The Crisis of the Underground Waters in Ukraine, which entails the system of obtaining of requests because there is a legal system of management. And the next speaker, Nataliya Zaritovska, the state state agency of water resources of Ukraine. And Alla Semenets, the head of the ecological department of the state ecology inspection of Ukraine. Please take your place at the panel. Oksana Kryzhanska, the head of the laboratory control of the state ecological inspection of Ukraine. Maksym Kholodnyakov, director of the enterprise water always. And Ruslan Gavriluk, a hydrologist scientist, the secretary of geological scientists of Ukraine. And we will have Yulia Berezhna with the presentation of this year project in Ukraine. Good day, dear colleagues. I will be moderator of this panel, because our enterprise has information and knows the market of the wells from inside, especially the illegal market of the water well drilling, without any specifications, without purportization, without registering these water wells. And of course, all these illegal water wells negatively affect the ecological environment, and in the future will lead to the situation when the underground water of our state will be passed to our generation in a horrible state, unfit for use, and maybe will be exhausted at all. So I give the floor to Nataliya Zaritovska, deputy head of the Department of the Geology and State Department of Hydrogeology and Ecogeology of the State Geology Service of Ukraine. She will tell us about the underground water of Ukraine, about the interactive map of all their underground water horizons, even though I think it's not possible at all. And she will tell us about the quality of the underground water in water wells. Good day, dear participants of the conference. I would like to start this presentation with a few words about the overall underground water volumes in Ukraine. First of all, a bit of statistics about the underground water. So in 1980s, there was a complex evaluation territory of Ukraine, of the territory of Ukraine, and the forecast was made. So we received 61.8 millions of cubic meters. And in 1986, there was adjustments was made. And so this figure was approved and officially used in the agencies, in the authorities, and all the materials of the state. As you can see, this data is already past due. It needs an update. We need to carry out a re-evaluation of this estimation of underground water. In 2018, based on the previous researches, we started a re-evaluation of the resources, the generalization and clarification and forecast. But the result of this work, we analyzed and compared with the previous estimation, the presence of the resources, and as you can see, the part of the map of Vinnytsia region. These maps, we're using these maps, and where we provide this data after the ruining of Kakhovka hydropower plant dam. And after the southern region switch into the underwater resources in order to identify locations for new water wells, we requested from administration information about resources, about forecast, about existing wells, State Service of Geology and the resources, all information which it had in the register. All these maps, all this data, they transferred to the southern regions, and we used this information to plan and to identify locations for new water wells or to restore already dilapidated or already existing water wells.
Okay. Then we've also analyzed and prepared pretty simple and concise information, which is well used nowadays. So these are the administrative regions where we have significant changes in the hydrogeological conditions of the water-bearing reservoirs. So these are Donetsk, Luhansk, Dnipropetrovsk, Zaporizhzhia, Kherson, Mykolaiv, Odessa, and Kievska regions. So we've analyzed all of them. We do have a very detailed information of every water-bearing horizons. In most cases, we're talking about kind of worsening of the quality of these groundwaters, and we have detailed information on all that components. Now, also, we have analyzed the quality changes in most of the regions. Primarily, we're talking about the southern and the eastern regions where there was a redistribution of the forecasted resources. And we're currently talking about consuming waters with higher mineralization for potable quality water. And there was an increase in the amount of predicted resources from 1.45 to over 3 grams, and that resulted in the appearance of the salty water of certain in certain regions and the complete disappearance of potable water in other regions. We have elaborated some digital cards, digital maps, with the plotting of digital indicators by the water-bearing horizons, by the mineralization content, and we've also identified some districts of Ukraine. That's the status of the forecasted resources, our operational reserves, our predicted reserves. The green are the favorable regions. Red are difficult regions that require additional study and a very sensitive approach to the consumption of the groundwaters. And these are the maps for the forecasted water reserves. It covers the water reservoirs of underground waters and river basins, and also it gives the information on the regional capacities. So the level of supply was the forecasted resource since that's 2016 on 1 square meter of a territory is 1.5 cubic meter per day, and for one citizen of the country, that's 1.4 square meter, cubic meters per day. What do we have now? Because that was 2016. Every year, the state agency is summarizing the information and providing the report on the status of underground waters. Now, that information is later provided to the national report of the Ministry of Environment, Ministry of Regions on the current status of consumption of water. And we are specifically focusing on the current condition of the underground waters. And it contains a general information. We are talking about the forecasted resources. This is the amount that I've said, 61,689,000 square meter cubic meters per day. And we're trying to calculate the potable, the technical water supply, the amount of balance reserves, the amount of extraction and use of water. In last year, most of the extracted water was used for household and domestic purposes. This is the situation as of 2023. As of the 1st of January, we've investigated a total of 745 reservoirs of potable, underground potable and technical water. And out of them, 490 sites were in the process of further exploitation. As I've said, 98 of 4, or in fact 89 was or percent of the water was to supply the households. And the extraction of the underground water for operation purposes or from operation reserves was around 1 million. Now, talking about the figures that we have, as well as the assessment that we have, Ukraine can increase the production of underground waters to supply the needs of the population. That's thanks to the underground water. And the European countries, they're primarily using underground waters. In case of Ukraine, we primarily use the surface waters. That's in 2022. The war has started and definitely had a significant adverse impact on the water supply. The government has already approved some programs. There's the national state program for the supply of water resources, and that provides for the increase in the consumption of the underground water sources. Now, what the state geological survey agency is currently doing right now, we have analyzed the information available to us at the moment, as well as our plans for the future, and came up with a table which shows our present, past, and the future. The first thing we've done, this is the information for 1980s. There's more information only on the current productions of the water. The works have been started in the beginning of 20,000s with the reassessment of our resource capacity, but due to the significant reduction of the funding of all of our industry, the works on the reassessment have been terminated. So we still have some of the figures going back from 1980s that are official. First, the historic data. We shall be using them for the simulation purposes, etc. Then we have this our extraction. That's a form of reporting on underground waters. There was some changes into that. In 2023, it was adopted in a new form. It will be submitted only in digitally. Starting from 2025, it covers the production for 2024. The form is currently kind of posted on the portal. There's an instruction on how to fill it in, and of course you can contact us for any questions. And that will allow us to fill in some of our databases. And later on, we shall be analyzing that, processing that, and we're planning to plot it on the interactive map, including the results of the previous analysis. More specifically, if there is an excess of contamination with certain chemical substances, and we can see any trajectory or any changes in that. So that is the form of reporting. The databases has changed. It's become electronic. There's there's a more significant list of components to be tested in accordance to sanitary requirements, and the form is to be submitted once per year. Then we have another component which is directly linked to the report form. That's the state register of the artesian wells. It was started not long ago. The administrators have introduced the paper passports manually, but still, since 2021, the changes have been made and a platform was elaborated to enter the data to the state register of the wells online mode. So the economic entities are submitting the information through the state geological partner. The administrators are checking that and introducing that into the register. Now, when we have the platform for the reporting form 7GR, all the wells will be submitting their reports. So we'll have a very exact digital information on the amount and the quality of the extracted or produced water resources.
Вибачте, зараз технічно. Це приклад карта.
This is the map of the wells from the state register per the water-bearing horizons. So this is all the databases that I'm telling you. It's currently considered confidential information all the time of the war, and the information is provided only to the local authorities if requested. The others may be granting or submitting requests for access, but it's only been provided per request. In the beginning of the war, there were requests to close down, to restrict access to this information. After the war, of course, everyone will be able, including the citizens, will be able to kind of gain access to that. Just a couple of words about the plans of managing river basins. We have joined this process. We are fully fledged participants of preparing the information, and based on the previous periods, we have prepared the information. We've made the description of the underground water reservoirs. We've identified their kind of borders. We have the maps. We have different reservoirs of the underground water side, and the state agency, together with the Geological Society, has summarized this information. Everything was plotted on the interactive map. It contains the specifications of the water-bearing horizons. It contains the mineral contents, like everything you need in terms of the information on the underground water. So it's all plotted on the interactive map. Now this is more. There's more example. Then we have the man-made burden on the whole system, and it's all been plotted. So this is the old network. It's not being kind of updated. Okay, so we thank Natalia. And next, I'd like to pass the floor to Olena Kryvoruchkina. She's the head of the Department for the State Environmental Monitoring Supervision over the water resources. So why? Exactly, because she can give us a presentation on the responsibility of the water users and the owners of the water drills, the responsibility for illegal drilling and illegal water use, and what are the sanctions that could be imposed by the state for committing such crimes against the environment. Well, thank you. Greetings to participants of the organizers. I would like to extend words of gratitude for inviting us to join this event. I would like to kind of present you with the following information. The State Environmental Inspection is currently one of the state agencies which is providing state oversight over the rational use of waters, including the underground waters. On the overall, kind of the state control of the water resources, this is the task for the Cabinet of Ministers, as well as a number of state agencies, as provided under the legislation of Ukraine. Currently, under conditions of the war, the work of the State Environmental Inspection suffered significant changes, because before the time of war, we were working under the frames of the law on this economic activity. We had some planned, unplanned inspections. Currently, under conditions of the war, as you might be aware of, that the government has stopped any monitoring activities, and we can only do the inspections or monitoring activities only if there is a request saying that there is a significant adverse effect on the environment. So based on this application, the ministry might take a decision to conduct such an inspection. For example, if we take the 9 months of this year, and over that period, the State Environmental Inspection dealing with the protection of the underwater waters, we have conducted only 266 inspections. Just as a comparison, in the period before the war, we've conducted 5 to 6,000 inspections solely on this case. Some of the violations that we've registered are practically the same. Kind of the illegal or unauthorized use of the surface or underground water without the proper permit, if you're producing over 300 cubic meters of water, or the lack of access or permit to use the water. We can see a lot of violations in the initial kind of registration by the entities, as well as the citizens who should be installing the equipment to control the water supply, the water usage. there's no initial reporting, so some of the templates are not being filled in. Then we're having a lot of situation when people are drilling wells by themselves, not complying with some of the water regulations, violation of the regulations on the sanitary protection of the uh, waterways and water reservoirs. Some of the other aspects, not all the economic entities remember that if they're producing over 300 cubic meters of water, they are, in addition to some special permits for the use of water resources, they have to receive an assessment on the impact of their activity to the kind of natural reserves. Currently, for cases of violation of the legislation, the state environmental inspection is using the disciplinary impact solutions. And of course, it's also calculating the expenditures based on the facts of revealed violations. And if we can see that there are signs of the crime, then are sending those documents to the prosecutor's office for initiating the criminal proceedings. We've established cooperation with the State Water Agency in terms of the exchange of information. That's in case of violation of the initial registration of water, and also with the State Tax Service of Ukraine, if we can see that there is a self-decided use of the underground waters, or the water is being used in violation of the limits. As for the administrative liability, I will give you several articles from the Administrative Code of Ukraine that provide for the responsibility for violation of the water resource preservation. First is Article 47 of the Code of Administrative Offenses, provide for the administrative penalty for the self-identified use of the water reservoirs. And in case of being concluded an agreement that directly or indirectly violate the rights to the use of our water resources, then there is another Article 47, that's the use of water resources without having special permit. Then Article 144 provides for the responsibility for conducting economic activity with the production of underground waters without the kind of the resume of the divisions. And you can see that the penalties are 17 to 34,000 hryvnia. There's also the responsibility for damaging hydrotechnical facilities and devices. Then Article 59 provides for the penalties and accruals on the contamination of underground waters if during the inspection we identify the fact of well, underground water becoming more contaminated. There is also criminal responsibility. That's Article 240 of the Criminal Code of Ukraine, and that provides not only for the penalties of 8 to 8.5, no, to 85,000 hryvnia, but also it provides for the imprisonment. In some cases, it could be 2 to 8 years, depending on the criminal offense.
If it's a useful resource is important for the state in general, or if infringement takes place within a certain locality, then the responsibility is being increased, and then we will request the person put in jail of up to 8 years. A calculating of damages, this is quite painful subject. Currently, the state ecological inspection applies to calculate damages. Two methodologies. First methodology is called methodology of calculation of damages caused to the state as a result of breach of legislation about safeguard and rational use of the resources. The second methodology is compensation as calculation of damages caused by unauthorized use of resources. Why we have two methodologies? Because currently underwater resources, they have They are regulated based from two perspectives. So they're regulated as a resource of Ukraine, as a resource of Ukraine of state importance, and they are also regulated as underground water of Ukraine. And so if the violation is unauthorized, constitutes the unauthorized use of water resources, or if we have a contamination of underground water resources, then the damages are calculated using the methodology of underground water resources. If in other cases, we use the methodology which applies to the state important resources. Currently, the state ecological inspection also has such a responsibility tool of charging with a responsibility in case there is no legal legally regulated relations between the user and the state, then in such case the state agency applies to the state water agency
Більш-менш я вам розказала.
To cancel any agreement granted for such unauthorized. I have a question as a former infringer of violator of the well drilling rules. I would like for you, so that you in simple words communicate to our viewers how strong we could punish the owner of a water well who extracts water to waterize, to water, for instance, their crops in huge quantity, and is unaware of any article of responsibility, of any kind of responsibility, of any charge, criminal or administrative responsibility that he might be liable to. He is just not aware that from the shed, from chicken shed to a water well should be minimum distance of 15 meters. He is not aware of this rule. He has a well near the toilet where he shits and he drinks immediately this water. But of course, it's not the main problem. People need to understand that this water through the well gets into horizon and the water horizon, and it impacts the overall system. So, in a few words, just can you explain? Is it possible to fine a person, a citizen who breaks the rule? Of course, 17 hryvnias does not scare anybody. 170 does not scare anybody. And so what sanctions should be applied, which will be strict enough to keep people away from breaking these rules? I know that in Ukraine, we don't have a large volume effect from this practice, and these kind of fines do not educate anybody, and people for some reason think that if it's written that the resources of Ukraine belong to the people of Ukraine, and it's written in the constitution that this person thinks that all the resources belong to him and he can do whatever they like with these resources. So what would be effective? What would be the effective fines? 50,000 hryvnias. You know, I would like to say that currently the citizens of Ukraine who break the legislation of Ukraine about resources and voluntarily use the underground water resources, they are more protected than the subject of economic activities. And so when we receive complaint of neighbor or against another neighbor, that this complaint describes that somebody steals water from underground, then we face the problem not in the regard that we can or cannot find this regard. The problem is how to get on the territory where this well is built. It's a private territory. It's a private land plot, and it is guarded, protected by the Constitution. Just a couple of weeks ago, we received a complaint. The complaint went through the Ministry of Ecology of Ukraine. So in Odessa region, a small village neighbor complained about his neighbor, and we had a problem how to enter the territory. So we called the police, we called local governance bodies, and when finally the owner allowed us into her property, the state inspection, and the state inspection does not have the status of the police, of the law enforcement body. Because when we call the police, the first question is, are you prevented? Have you been beaten over? And so the end of the situation, yes, this woman, she has a well, and she extracts over 5 cubic meters of water, and she has illegal business, and but we were lucky. We were lucky in that case, so we were let in the territory. So we gave her fine, several hundred hryvnias, and we also made a protocol about infringement, and we will be now investigating this case because she does not carry any records, and we will try to identify the sum, the amount of losses, and after we calculate the amount of losses, then we will be able to estimate the fine, and we will transfer all this to the law enforcement bodies, because so we have the regulations, we have the legislation, but it does not work. Our colleague will join us, Oksana Kryzhanska, head of the instrumental control, head of the sector of instrumental laboratory control of Department of State Ecological Control of the State Ecological Inspection of Ukraine. And Oksana will tell us about the state control in the use of water resources. Very difficult. I remember in your over the phone, we were talking about water wells, the wells which must be drilled according observation drills. They must be drilled according to certain regulations. And so the productive of each well should be 100 meters per day for 24 hours. The potential contaminators of water environment around some farms, some pig farms, pork farms, or some landfills. As I understand, there should be such observation drills should be drilled, and from these control drills, regularly tests are being taken in order to monitor the levels of contamination, in order to exclude leaking the contamination into the underground water horizons. Good day. You basically said everything. So state ecology inspection has its own territorial water in each region. Laboratory premises also are located in regional centers, and also we have a large country. So in the large cities, there are laboratory premises in large cities. We have small teams which are structured units within our inspection, and all employees of these units, of these departments, so they are state officials of statesmen, state officials from our inspection, and they have responsibility for certain territorial locations. So our employees take measurements, exert control within our state control function. We are limited by the number of checks that we can carry out, and if we are able to carry out any checks now, they are outside of the planned curriculum. And so we basically react to the request from the citizens. So mostly the citizens complain about sewage system, about some piping system. There is some situation near their houses, and so we respond to such complaints. We invite self-governance bodies, and we also issue recommendations to self-governance bodies to remove this situation. But it has been already 3 years of war, and before the war, there was no so many cases of complaints about the sewage, about the wastewater that runs just on the ground. It could be running towards the river and flowing into the river. It seems like everything is broken, nothing is controlled. Uncontrollably, everything flows into the river. And sometimes, yes, we receive the complaint, we arrive, and we don't find this aggravated situation, because usually ecological inspection is the last resort for people to complain. And when we arrive and we are being told that nothing, that the rivers are dead, that nothing organism live in a river. So people exaggerate the situation so that we arrive to the location. But there accidents of wastewater, of sewage water running on the open, those situations are quite common. And the problem is a person writes this request, this complaint, like a human, like they see this problem. But the rules for out of the plan check. So we check according to the plan, to the rules of the out of the plan check. We must check only what the person asked to check. And before 2020. In 2024, there was not a single check connected to the control wells, which exist in many, in a great number of enterprises, because we have not received such requests. Because people complain, if people complain, they would complain about bad smell, about some foam on water, but they will never write it in a way, they would never formulate their request in a way like, I think that you need to check on the territory of this enterprise. And because we are limited with this rule that we are able only to carry out outside of the plan checks, we in these 3 years we didn't have any single request to check the water wells or the control water wells. So we are unable to take tests because we are limited. Now, I understand that that situation is in a deadlock. Maybe you will be able to tell us about the network of control wells, about observation control wells, and why they are important. But please be brief. According to the Water Code of Ukraine, 105 article, enterprises which exploit industrial, the reservoir, the waste reservoir, industrial and other kind of reservoir, which could have an impact on underground water, they must equip, organize a network of control wells, observation control wells. These wells must be placed on the premises of such objects. And primarily, they were placed, these wells, they were placed in the landfill, locations. And this network must be placed in such a way so that with the help of chemical analysis and by comparing the results from different wells, control wells that had been drilled in such a way that one well would provide a background so that we know where the underground river flows, where the sheet flows. Yes. So there is a very simple situation. Let's imagine a landfill. Let's imagine a field. Around this field, there will be wells drilled. And on each well, about each well, we will know that this well is above, is up the river flow. And if there is an impact from this landfill, there will be never, this well will never be impacted. And another well will be in the middle of the field, and so it will be impacted by any processes in this field, and they will be well down the river flow, which will be impacted. And so we will compare the data from these wells to understand what's going on in this landfill. So during the war, we don't have the authority to check these wells, but before the war, there was often the situation. So when we would arrive to check, there are wells, but there is no equipment, there is no data, there is no background. So and the owner would say, we don't know anything, please check, but we have not carried out this work. Currently, we have this rule. If there is no information about the background concentration, in this case, we take the result limited concentration, a limited allowed concentration, because we cannot obtain any other information. The companies manipulate. It's very not to the benefit of the company very often to reveal this data. What can I say? Yes, we thank you for your report. We understand that the legislation is imperfect, and that the legislation allows to manipulate, allows the subject of economic activity to manipulate with the legislation, and allows them to find loopholes, and they contaminate with shit. I will be open with shit the underground water horizons, and manipulate with the law and do nothing. Unfortunately, ecological inspection cannot do anything if there is no request, if there is no complaint. Thank you. And I give the floor to myself. I am director. I will ask to put on presentation.
Okay, so I'm the CEO of the company called Voda Всегда. So we do the proper registration of the wells, drilling of the wells. So let us talk about some of the numbers that are not mentioned here. Maybe you're not aware of them because some of our previous panels were representing the state authorities, so they are using those, or only those data that has been provided by the owners of the drills who do not have any wish to be legal to legally produce the extracted water as well as mineral resources. So let us start. So here is the statistics of the drilling. We've monitored the oil leaks. We don't have the data, the summary data on the number of drilling organizations available in Ukraine, but the oil leaks contains 2,000 advertisements. Well, were in fact companies in Ukraine who are offering their services in the field of drilling water drills. In the key region only, there's 400 advertisements on the OLX website. There's drilling communities as well, with several hundreds of drilling organizations. Most of them are colleagues of mine, and they're not very wise, let's say, and they know their own legislation, and they think that the names, the frames, the terms like Sanpino DBN, which is sanitary requirements and state requirements, they believe it's some sort of a diseases. And the only thing they know about drilling is that you need to drill down, not up. So they don't have any information. They're not thinking of the consequences of their operations to the environment and the future of our kids. And this statistics are fairly selective, but we talked to many in Ukraine, and I think there's around 50 enterprises with some sort of experience and experts and a willingness to comply with the current legislation while producing wells. That's not that much. It's only 5%. So we have the city of Vasylkov in the Kiev region, and I think this is where most of the drilling companies are operating. And some say that, you know, a boy aged 14 would be presented with the drilling equipment to earn the money for his life. You know, that's a kind of a joke and irony, but that's the case. And we've made a survey among the suppliers of the pipelines for the wells. And we have around kind of dozen of factories that are producing the polyvinyl chlorine kind of pipes for the wells. And this is, by the way, not regulated by not a single, you know, government regulations or orders. So one of the producers said that he sold 240,000 meters of pipes. So let's say the high or the depth of the well well, it's around 50 meters in Ukraine. So you might imagine the number of the wells, and the number of producers of those pipes is in fact around 10 of them. So we could say that, like, very approximately on the annual basis, there's around 2.5 million meters of wells. That's per year. That's 40,000 wells per year. My counterpart Natalia from the state authorities, and I asked how many wells are registered and to still register, and she said that there's 6,000 wells have been registered. The other 80% have never been, you know, included into a single statistics that is available to the state authorities. They will never be properly registered, just as well as their impact on the underground waters, and will never be legalized and will never be shown, simply because there is the inviolability of our private property in accordance with the constitution. Because so you won't be able to verify, I don't know, any Granny Vera and her household, whether there is a well or not. 70% of those wells won't have the metal caps. This is something that prevents the surface water to reach the well. So it's designed to kind of close the mouth of the well. So this would always remain the sources of contamination of the underground waters. So this is how this is the drilling systems that are currently being used. And the cost would be 20, 30, maybe 50,000 hryvnia. So everyone can buy himself a drilling equipment and, start kind of using our water reservoirs. So that's kind of 95% of what we have. They're drilling irrespective of all the kind of sanitary norms, close to toilets, close to buildings. Whatever the household owner would show, they will be doing that. Why is there so many illegal wells? Why is the problem? Because it's very complicated and it's very costly to register a well. If you would need to register the papers, I mean, from the construction till the finalization of the construction site, it includes 3 months of paperwork. You need to submit a whole lot of reports. And so not a single user would be happy to allocate 9 acres of or 0.9 acres of kind of land for water drilling, and he won't be able to use that. There's just a water well and a fence around that with some trees possibly around that. The development of design documents, well, all the wells and their drilling is being regulated by the law of Ukraine on the municipal activity. So this is a standard architectural construction that has to pass all the same stages of designing, just like this sort of building, which is very expensive and lengthy process. Then the colleagues have mentioned about other things. There is a law on the assessment of impact on the environment, and it has Article 3 that contains the information on deep drilling, and the legislation says like the deep drilling requires an assessment of the impact on the environment. There's no explanation to what it is. This is the big trouble, because the agency which is considering this project, that is the State Inspection on the Architecture, well, they're saying like, look, you have 70-minute drilling, so that's a deep well, so you need to do the assessment. So the well would be 100,000, the project is cost 100,000, and this procedure is 300,000. Whether the person is going to be doing that, no. The person will save 300,000 and will buy an apartment somewhere in Nebuchev. So that's a big problem. Anything over 300 cubic meters, if the economic entity producing or is planning to produce over 300 cubic meters per day. Well, once again, are we talking about the enterprise? Are we talking about the well or something like that? There's no kind of clarification. It amounts to a big problem. And the permit to the beginning of the construction of works from TM, that's the state inspection on the architecture and municipal construction. Fortunately, they have everything or a lot of things digitalized, but they refuse in many cases because, sorry, that's my topic. And I can speak another 20 or 40 minutes on that, but so this DM, they delay the process of transferring documents to start or to initiate the construction work. There's a lot of cancellations or refusals. It appears there's no corruption. Nobody is demanding any bribes or something like that, but they demand so many of the papers, and every expert demands something of his own. when the well is done, one would think that, well, everything is fine. You would just start your well and that's all. No, no, no. There is an inspector coming from, well, the inventory agency, and he needs money, he needs time for inspection. Then the declaration of readiness by DM. You registered that, you think you can, well, start using. No, you need to register the well in the state register. I met Natalia long ago, and at a certain point there was a function of registration of the well through the electronic cabinet. So I asked my engineer to to work with that. He downloaded an instruction on 52 pages. It tried that, and we still register these wells in our own way, not through electronic cabinet. Look, 52 pages of instruction, very detailed instruction how to do the registration of the well through the e-office. Now, the permit on special water use, well, okay, that's an important thing, but there is gaps in legislation that allows to produce the underground waters to private households for irrigating their own households without their permits. And then the state is losing money, the state is losing a lot of their resources, so this problem is not covered by the legislation. And you were saying about the permit for special use of soil, since Article 23 of the code, it requires for the water users producing over 300 cubic meters of water per day to receive a permit for special use of water resources. Now, how many years would you need to spend to get this permit? Well, that's for the industrial development, but the permit for the special use of soil, I have never managed to do a single one of them because it takes 5 years to register that. So the cost would be something around 2 million hryvnia. Now, anyone willing to spend 2 million hryvnia for a permit? No, we'd better, steal the water and live fairly good. There's many issues with the legislation. But what is a well? The article number 1 of the mining law, it says that the well is cylindrical hole produced by the drilling equipment, the drilling tools. There's no other, recalls of the drill of the well. There's no explanation or the state official statement of the artesian well, and this is being actively used by those who are willing to steal water from our children and our people. The Article 105 of the Water Code says all the water wells, if they're not used, have to be properly closed and sealed and things like that. And so if the well cannot be operated, oh well, you would need to seal that properly. It's a problem, but and the abandoned wells is an even bigger problem for the future environment, and in fact for the current environment, than those illegal wells that have been constructed now, because nobody's registering them, nobody's taking care of them. So, and our company has faced with many situations when the economic entities and the local authorities, military administrations, etc. So the donor comes and says, "We'll give you money for the drilling of the new well." So they just fill in the old well, and they don't understand that all the contaminants from the surface will be brought to the underwater through that old well, and they're just improperly sealing in. Now, the other problem, that's a tax code. I just later was surprised to know that the economic entities who are pumping water from the drills, they cannot be using the first or the third group of tax owners. So they have to use the general taxation system. It's a big problem, like an enormous one, because water belongs to the kind of general use minerals. So this article is very painful for hundreds of thousands of wells, and it produces a whole lot of violators of the environmental code and legislation. Then, drilling of the wells by physical entities. This was mentioned only in one document. That is the wells on the summer house plots, and it's not up to the documents that should be. It does not require any commissioning documents. So these are our own photos, and please pay attention. So this is the 90% of the drills that belong to, I don't know, state ownership, private ownership. We have one, by the way, nuclear power plant. There's a well of their own. There is one of the enterprise, which is the largest producer of the military equipment. Then we have the drills that belong to the enterprises that belong to former president of Ukraine. So any village we arrive, any city we arrive, this is the kind of the outlook of the drills that we're facing with. Now, these are the contamination. This is what you need to, control and not other things. So this is the source of contamination. This is what you need to face with. So how would you need to, well, any steps you need to make? You need to simplify. I mean, there's the bonus and there's the punishment. First of all, you need to simplify the construction and registration of the drills in order to make sure that it would be easier to be designed and to operate of those drills or those wells. Because currently, the standard the drilling of the standard well by the economic entity or by private entity, in part of the documents you would need to register would cost you, well, depending on the scope of the produced water, only on the design stage, that would cost you 200,000 hryvnia to, well, up to 2 million. That's of over 5 years. That's if you need to have a permit for the special use of the water resources. That is the cost of the commercial organizations like we are. And I understand that many are unable to pay for that. So you would need to simplify that as well as much as possible. We have some of the suggestions and we can definitely share with you. And you need to increase the responsibility. There could be penalties and then the presumption of guilty. So you impose a penalty and then the person could be, proving that he's not guilty, in fact. So that's it for me, and thank you for your attention.
So we give the floor to Yulia Berezhna, acting director, executive director of the state organization Pan-Ukrainian Water Enterprise WaterNet. This is the map of the underground water of Ukraine and drinking sources. Good day to everybody. Can you hear me? Good. I am grateful for organizers. Thank you for inviting me. And I would like to talk about our work of the last 2 years. The WaterNet works since 2010. And our mission is to ensure informational support to citizens about the quality of drinking water and rational use of this water, and also to increase professional level of specialists in this field. This is our activity in this slide. So you can see here the water quality map, our publications, our professional education and international certification, our exhibitions, seminars. In 2022, there was a project, Drinking Water of Ukraine, the safe drinking water in Ukraine. The goal of this, the activity of this project was planned in two directions, the quality of the water and also educational activities. Here you see our main partners, chemistry and chemical and technical faculty of the National Technical University of Ukraine, Kyiv Polytechnical Institute, and a laboratory of other entities. So let's talk about the quality of the drinking water in Ukraine. Most of our population lives in rural area, and after the full-scale invasion, underground sources, the problem increased with their drinking water. It was impossible to repair any problems due to dense mining of the area. Here you can see that 34% of that quality accounted for the wells, and 54% of the water accounted for pipeline supply, and 12 for the wells, and 34 for the drilled wells. And the results that you can see have been obtained based on the regulations that existed before. Here we analyzed their tests which do not comply with the regulations. As you can see, the most problems we observe in the south regions by a high percentage. Increased the number of the tests which do not comply with regulations. Traditionally, the most problems are being observed in the south of Ukraine. We can see the increased number of ferro components, of manganese, and before the full-scale invasion, we can see the increased number of deviations. About the well, nitrates, they're very characteristic to the wells. They are the result of some economic activity. Nitrates and these wells, we estimate most of the wells are up to 30 meters. Here we'll have a map a map of the water analysis. So during 1 year, in different seasons, we collected samples and ran tests. As you can see, there are no big seasonal changes. And also, there is no big impact from the large-scale invasion to the underground water. So the underground water is more or less stable before and after the full-scale invasion. As you can see, the first samples were taken in the spring of 2022. I remind you that this is the well. In any case, you can see the results for each well. For instance, Kiev region and the obvious increase in ferrum. We analyze many wells of the combat-related area. 0.38 ferrum. We are limited by time. Nitrates. The map related to nitrates, and their volume of nitrates exceeds the norm twice. And here, when I zoom out, I can see the entire map of Ukraine, and you can clearly see where their violations are, where they are exceeding, where the content exceeds the regulations, especially in the wells. Seasonal change. We don't see any significant seasonal change, but there is a tendency for increase of the same content. That's all from me. Thank you, Yulia. Interesting slides, but unfortunately, we couldn't hear anything. And our last reporter, Ruslan Gavriluk, hydrologist specialist, head of the Department of the Hydrological Problems of the Institute of the Logical Sciences of Ukraine. He will talk about the problems of the use of the underground water. So I'm really glad to see the professionals in this room. I am being suggested, so I'm being told that we are broke out of the schedule. So I'll try to be brief. We're already exceeding our timeline, so I'm sure I can lay down the bullet point. But first, I would like to reflect on Maksym's report. We are all responsible for the situation and which we have now. In this context, it's very interesting that under the last week, there was published the assessment of the European Commission about the readiness of Ukraine to uphold European standards in the protection of environment and climate change. And we received this score. We were assigned a score number 2. And that's probably a responsibility of all the communities, experts, agencies, all stakeholders stakeholders should take responsibility for this low score. We all try to live in the state where the law is being upheld. This is probably this comes down to fundamental of the legal state of the country where the law is upheld. And in last year, I also participated in a similar event where members of European countries shared their experience, how much money is needed to implement the changes. That's dozens of millions of euros for countries much smaller than Ukraine. And the European Union covers part of this amount and only part they cover only part of this sum. And in order to finance such changes, the legal state must finance such implementations, some improvements, and people should pay taxes so that the country has money to implement such changes. And recently a new directive of European Union has been published, and we have a long way to go. But let's move to the state of the underground waters of Ukraine. As we all understand, a lot of problems are connected with the full-scale invasion of Russia. The war started not 3 years ago, but actually the war continues for 10 years. And in the current situation, we have realized how important the underground water is. And so our geological institute, we joined this work. We proposed solutions of how to provide underground water supply of drinking water to the frontline populated areas. Many water wells are being drilled in many areas affected by the blowing up of Kakhovka water dam. And now we are going back to the matter how important underground waters are. As many previous reporters have said, we continue to rely on surface water, close to the surface water, and the share of surface water are much larger than the share of underground water. But there are solutions which allow to use underground water, and with their expense, at the expense of the underground water, we can provide drinking water to certain regions where the water is a problem. And our institute also works a lot in order to research the future and the possibilities of the Ukrainian shield, crystallic shield, the territory which is considered unfavorable for underground water supply. But we need to review such notions. We need to review the estimated cost of such works to provide underground water supply. Maybe we need to reassess our approaches and maybe to repeatedly carry out water preparation. But the situation which was mentioned today was same with the SNAM. This is similar to the situation when we had Chernobyl catastrophe, when there was a risk of contamination of Dnipro, and all the country takes water from Dnipro, from the Dnipro River. And only after Chernobyl catastrophe, there appeared reservoir, water tanks, water reserves. And each citizen of Kiev knows that if in case of anything, there is such water reserves from where they will be able to take water. And so we need to take the similar approach. so that in case of any catastrophe, we have some alternative reserves of water. And now, what we've heard already during the first panel, Europe using underground water for drinking water supply, and this is our path. This will be a difficult path, but we need to set a goal. Ukraine, as a state, is good at implementing a target once this target is set. And so we set a target 50-50, 50% surface groundwater and 50% should account for underground water. And I should say that 1/3 of the population now consumes groundwater, like soil water. And this is also the risk for health, for longevity of life, for development of our country. And this question should also, this approach, this practice should also be reviewed. And here, the importance of underground water is also important. The recommendations will be as follows. We need to study the current state of the geological state of the environment. Russian aggression brought us a lot of misfortune, a lot of problems, including for the environment and including underground water. I'm very glad to see here my colleagues with whom I work together to estimate the damage caused by the Russian aggression. But underground water also suffer from other man-made effects besides military activities. And many of the assessments carried out in 70s, 80s years, when the water resources were estimated, a lot of change since that time, and we need to take new changes into account. And we need to impose new protective measures to protect underground water, which we develop also in our institute. And we need to, at the same time, we need to explore and to open the potential of the underground water, because this is safety of our citizens. So on the other side, I understand that people illegally drill water wells, but on the other side, it helps people to survive. This is the same story which we had with illegally developing certain resources, amber resources, which later were regulated. This activity was regulated. So I believe that drilling water wells will be regulated as well. But in fact, drinking water is very scarce on our planet. Even less, there is underground drinking water. And Ukraine has experience, has best practice of our neighbors, and we need to move forward towards European technologies. We need to develop underground monitoring of underground water. This will allow us to study underground water and to increase our use of these resources.
Thank you. Okay, are we ready to finish the panel? I thank the panelists at the moment. We thank the panelists, and now we have the panel by Oleksiy Yaroshevich. I'd like to invite him to the stage. That's blue Technology Consulting. We have Dmitro Ozerov, CEO Sigfox, Olga Zhovtonog, and Vyacheslav Razgon, Senior Advisor on Irrigation Program by USAID, and Roman Kirek, that's the Director of Megaflow LLC. So my name is Oleksiy Yaroshevich. I represent the environmental consulting Blue Rivers, and I will moderate this session dedicated to some practical advices to the communities on the water use. I would like to say that we will be perfect in terms of the timing, because unfortunately our colleagues took too much time, and we have a news that the tractors will be, starting their engines at 16:30. So one of the colleagues, one of the panelists, he was supposed to join online, but he's not going to do that. Everybody will be offline, will be speaking Ukrainian, and we'll do that fast. So I will start as the moderator, and I would like to have my presentation, which is called Plant Management. Okay, so I would like to inform you on the management plans of the river basins of Ukraine. Have anyone heard of this name? No? Okay, so most of you are unaware of that. Good. The management plans for river basins of Ukraine 2030. So if you haven't heard about this, I'm going to try to tell you in 5 minutes what we've been doing over the past 30 years, or 20 years, in fact. So the management plan, it's a document, a state planning plan, which is approved by the Cabinet of Ministers of Ukraine. So that's a kind of a top level thing. There's nothing higher. As Mr. Hopchak has said, that these plans being approved by the resolution of the Cabinet of Ministers on the 1st of November. But that's last Friday. But we haven't made any holders yet, because there's one more management plan on Danube. And it will be also approved, but a bit later on. And by the end of the year, we'll have all the management plans. I don't know the regions you're representing, but we'll have 9 plans that covering all Ukraine, including Crimea. Unfortunately, that's including some of the river basins that are being occupied. So that includes everything from Chernihiv to the Faroes in Crimea. It's a management plan made in European Union. So it's a document which is well used by all the EU countries and everyone else willing to join the EU. So we are the candidate country, recognize that it's a part of our commitments. We had to do this document. It's a well-working document, because the European Union already has the 3rd cycle of plans, and it shows that the money invested in the environment results in achieving the goals of the management plan. And these goals are very simple and straightforward. They are designed to preserve or to have at least a good condition for the surface waters, and to preserve or achieve proper chemical composition and the quality of the underground waters. The other question is how that could be done. Well, that's 3 years of the work, so we'll kind of not going to show you this, and we'll show you the last slide with the resume of all the activities from the 9 plans. We don't have anyone from Crimea, because at first we would need to liberate them, and later on we'll write any activity. So in order to kind of achieve all the goals, he would need to introduce some activities. Now, there's a total of 1,677 activities for all the 9 river basins. The total cost of those activities is 345 billion hryvnia. But if that is calculated by the number of per capita and per years, we're going to have something like 3 Russian cakes or 4 like standard prices of the bottles of wine per single person. So it's not that frightening. I don't know the organizations that you represent, but let me kind of motivate you to use this QR code. I don't know if you'll be able to read this, but you just wait for a couple of days, and there will be very soon a resolution on this website of the Cabinet of Ministers, and it will contain this management plans, and you'll be able to find the activities for your own river basin, and contains everything from a toothbrush to a Tesla car. and like every budget is covered. There's activities with the coast of one southern Crimea. There's activities costing tens of billions of hryvnia. That's water purification plants of the city of Kiev.
Класичних пострадянських
In spite of these post-Soviet state target programs that, you know, contain everything till the very last nail or the very last kilo of cement at the capex, but well, you know how they were funded, like 8 or 10% of the ordinary of the required fund was provided. So this money has no this program has no money. So all the activities they have a cost, but no money. It just gives you the chance to take a look at the price tag. But local population they have the money, so you don't need to think of anything. You just open the menu, which is called the action plan, or the program of actions, which is a top level one. So that's a resolution of the Cabinet of Ministers, and you select the activities from the one you want, because in any case, there's different activities, and including the activities related to the environment, and you can select those activities that would result in improving the environmental sector. Where's the money? Well, in the European Union, the countries with the status like Ukraine, they would have something like 70% of the money coming from the EU. But you will never get the money if this money will not be provided in a document with the title page called EU. So the availability of this document is a kind of a precondition. You may have a wonderful activity, but if that activity is not provided in the document, then it has fewer chances to get funds. So use this opportunity, include these activities into the local budget, into the regional programs, contact donors. And whenever you sign any requests, so whenever you'll be mentioning that this is the activity number 32 from the approved documents, then your inquiry would be much better than others. I'm just saying that the menu is very vast, even though it sort of contains more of events regarding to the treatment of sewage waters and things like that, but there's many things for the science, for education, for children complexes on the banks of Dnista, and so on and so forth. So that's almost the end of my presentation. I guess it took 5 minutes, no more. And it concludes also the activities related to, you know, like damming or de-damming thing. You know, I kind of, as an expert, so when the words are being used in a proper manner, in a not a proper manner, I kind of get crazy about that. So we'll be talking about the dismantling and destruction of the facilities that we have, like dozens of quantities around the river. So we'll need to kind of clear that. Thank you. We'll have my presentation now. So thank you for introducing me, because indeed, now we can say easily that we are the World Foundation of Wildlife, World Wildlife Foundation, and we kind of collected a wide variety of activities that would allow to improve the quality of the water and the kind of surface water. So we've suggested many activities related to the activities to clarify the normal flow of the rivers. And there's this kind of trend in the European Union. They're currently reviewing their approaches to the construction of different facilities on the rivers. They want all the rivers to be kind of freely flowing so that all the water objects would be free. So that all the surface waters would be kind of resorting back to the environmental condition, because the natural ecosystem of those ecosystems close to natural, that would be more resilient to climate changes. They can better handle things like floods and deserted like periods. And World Wildlife Foundation is currently cooperating with the projects of the European Union, more specifically technical support projects dealing with the processes of systemic approach, meaning we'll need to identify all the facilities on the river. I'm not saying that there are big dams that everyone are aware of, but there's small technical construction facilities on the rivers, and currently they're not fulfilling their technical functions. Now, in order to have a systemic approach in Ukraine towards the demolition of all those constructions, of clearing the path, the river path, you would need to get this list. You would need to understand what are those facilities, what is the status, find certain criteria that you can use in order to make a list of facilities that require to be destroyed or demolished. So that we need to have a scientific approach. Currently, in cooperation with the Open River Program project, this is the name of the foundation, which supports the organizations willing to engage in the demolition of those facilities, preventing the clear flow of the rivers or an obstructed flow of the rivers. We already get some projects in Ukraine. I know there are other organizations who cooperated with this fund. So today we have a big project in the basin of the River Prut. And others, we understood the number of the facilities available in the basin, in river basin, and we understand which facilities can we suggest, to be demolished. Surely that involves a lot of work with the communities, because first and foremost, there are communities who are asking us directly to kind of help them to demolish certain facilities. There are communities who are not willing to do so, but their decision has an impact on the other decisions along the river flow. So you need to start having dialogue with this sort of community. So the program like that, like Open River Program, that helps us. Plus, the World Wildlife Foundation supports us as well and tries to work systemically. We already had some experience previously. We've destroyed 7 kind of dams, but that's not the case. Okay. That was also a systemic approach on the river of Cheremosh. We got some wonderful results, and we have received 530 kilometers of free-flowing rivers. And we currently run the post-monitoring. We understood to what degree do we have kind of an improvement in the ecosystems. And now we can see that the ships, some of the fishes are kind of returning, and some of the birds are as well, and many of the communities are interested in that. So I'm not going to take too much of your time. I just want to say there is a big opportunities in cooperation between the business communities and the technical assistance projects. So let us contact one another and continue our joint work. Thank you, Oksana. And I just didn't know personally all the participants of the panel, but I believe we had some new people. I met Dmitro Ozerov, representing the companies Volkswagen Ukraine, and he will be introducing the innovative water technologies and digitalization of the accounting of the public utility resources. And what he told me, well, that made me very impressive. Well, thank you. My name is Dmitro Ozerov from Zhuk Volkswagen Ukraine company. If you can please start my presentation. So it's all about the accounting and the technological supply to what our colleagues have mentioned and the previous speakers have mentioned. Speaking of monitoring, online monitoring, the data you would need to gather, you would need to give people some sort of, tools for them to walk around to do the measurements. Well, that's fine, but I guess that's already in past or deep into the past, because you would need to focus some attention of yours and to allocate your resources in a way to get this data automatically. We are not just only talking about the counting or monitoring that we are highly specialized at, that we spend much of our efforts to have. We're also talking about the monitoring of the conditions, the monitoring of the technical parameters. You know the slides, the challenges are fairly relevant and they're widely described, ensuring this technological links that I've told you about, ensuring the proper management, talking about the accounting of the consumption and the extraction. Well, we're talking about data in this case. The data that we need to collect somehow, these data has to be integrated somewhere. So the amount of data, which is kind of growing, because that could be hourly data. This could be data collected based on certain event every 10 minutes, every 5 minutes. And the person is individual cannot unable to make it happen. Sending a person to get the data or get the measuring results, it's wonderful, but it's not working. I can see that you support me and you agree with me. Thank you. So you need to understand that introducing the accounting, the technical possibilities of current IoT and OP1 networks, IoT, that's Internet of Things, that allow to introduce the accounting throughout the whole cycle, from the production to the disposal, to the wastewater, sewage, to any further steps. So you'll be able to do the monitoring of what is happening at different stages. And the challenge of water losses, well, the colleagues from the State Water Agency have mentioned this, and in fact, the water losses amounts to 30 to 40% of the water being extracted and further supplied. And even though our water channels are declaring less than that, because they can be punished for other indicators, but let me tell you that, in fact, there are communities who are losing up to 80% of the water. I'm not going to name them. I believe that it's not going to be very ethical, but with the introduction of the automated accounting system, they might kind of eradicate those losses and they might get more money for the same resource they would be supplying to the population in other cases. I mean, well, supplying to the population or to the enterprise. So the introduction of the accounting has a very significant impact on the prediction of needs and forecasting of the needs, because in any case, a very significant share of electricity and, well, human efforts is mentioned in the chart of costs.
And consequences of this, that the communal utility companies that supply water to us, they would receive more financing to support and to change and repair and update the existing infrastructure. But there are also underwater stones, and they are quite big in Ukraine. They are the need that we need to implement this accountancy, this record system, and this should come from the state, because the local enthusiastic individuals will not, their effort will not allow to achieve stable progress in this regards. And you probably have heard the interview of the Deputy Minister of the healthcare. She said that she was talking that in fact our water from our tap water is technical water, actually, according to the EU norms, and this is a pure truth. So we need to standardize our regulations to bring them in compliance with the EU legislation. And also we need to establish active monitoring, continuous monitoring, which exists in the European Union. And I'm proud that our network works at the same level, with the same good results in Europe, like it will work in Ukraine. So I hope we will resolve all the matters related to monitoring. In the bottom, in the footnote, you could read small footnotes. They're very useful, but I'm limited by time. And so protection of users, directives and practices of the EU, it's very important. We need to understand that our legislation must protect a human, not a monopolist. And that's the main thing. That's the example of health implementation which we should adopt. And here is a bit about development of our current development of our network, how our network is being developed, what challenges it faces, and that includes railroad logistics, water supply, the recording of the resources, accountancy of the resources. There are many cases. If you're interested, I will explain you in great detail. And we might start a pilot project. Perspectives, you can see how the network is characterized, how it develops in Ukraine, in Europe even more in Ukraine. Despite the part of our team is in the armed forces of Ukraine, we focus a lot of efforts on development of our network, despite we're being understaffed and despite the lack of qualification. Examples of implementation. So these are the examples how we can implement using the network capabilities. So we had an exhibition in Milan, and our European operator in Italy, a smart company, established a setup 22 to 25 posts which sell water to farmers, and farmers pay to buy this water. By EIT network is capable to implement this network because there is a need to receive information remotely, to the need to receive quality communication, which will ensure online sale of this resource. And here our network is very successful, even in some remote areas. And to draw up recommendations would be to digitalize, to start to launch new thinking, to minimize presence of a human, to minimize human intervention, more rely on the automated decision-making systems, and to implement the platform which will require automated data 24/7. Thank you. That's it. Thank you, Dmitro. And again, very useful information, modern. This is future. This is how people actually, not just future, this is how people live not far from us in the West. What I wanted to add, you mentioned the standards sent in. which includes those standards used by the European Union
Називається ця директива.
in accordance with the directive which specify the water for use by people. They are being in the ministry, they're being in our ministry, and as a draft law, at a draft, but they are not being passed yet. We want to join European Union, and believe me, among those dozens of thousands requirements which exist, which we need to carry out, if you are being told 5 top, the questions of democracy, gender, corruption, and there will be mandatory requirement of access to the population to quality drinking water. So we must do it. We're just losing time. You know how people drink water in Poland, in Portugal, tap water. Nobody worries. Without worries, people in Poland, Portugal, other European countries can drink tap water, and this should be a practice in Ukraine. And now I give the floor to Ms. Zhuk, who represents the Center of Upgrade of Qualification in Ukraine. This is a great platform, head of the Educational and Methodological Department of Innovative Technologies and Development at the Center for Professional Development of Water Management Employees, Ms. Olga Zhovtonog. Good day to everyone. As Alexei said, I represent the Center for Professional Development of Water Management Employees. And from critical questions from managerial functions, now I suggest that we talk about qualification, upgrade, about training. And of course, we have a goal to increase qualification of employees, because on this depends the quality of the system in general. We already talked about management of the river basins. We talked about state agencies, talked about their plans of good quality of water. And so what is the regulatory base for our training? This is postgraduate education. And according to the legislation of Ukraine, one of the effective management of water resources is a so-called soft potential. Soft potential is actually the increase of personnel, of employees, increasing their capacity, managerial capacities. And so new approaches of training specialists is one of the tools how to increase qualification. And also we aim to increase, to upgrade the qualification of the statement of the officials who work in the water resources management system. Speaking about incentives, of course, after diploma, after graduation, training plays a big role in this, because increasing qualification, upgrading qualification allows you to upgrade qualification and to expand your capabilities. I represent the Center for Professional Development, increasing of qualification of water management employees. Our charter regulative documents are also approved by the Ministry of Ecology. From our name, you can conclude that our priority is to train personnel, to train staff that who work in the water management system. And so we used to work for the past 3 years. We worked with the agency responsible for management of water basins. And now I would like to thanks to state agencies, state water agencies, and national experts who jointly with us worked jointly with experts and with us to develop different documents. I will probably, I would like to talk about something else. When I started to work in the agency, I was told that 10 years, that's too long to develop the plan. But actually, it is 2024 when we finally approved the plan. And so we completed this direction. And we also had the public discussion. Today, Oksana was talking about free flow of rivers. And so to ensure that ecological education, ecological training, and so that we could we could train more employees. We signed memorandum with International Fund for training. And so we are carrying out many workshops, seminars, and the plan of drought management. This is one of the problems which we discuss with the International Fund of Nature, because management of drought is one of the steps to manage water resources and water basins. And also with the fund with the World Fund of Nature, we also discussed the questions of drainage system, ecological drainage system, which is also important to preserve our rivers. All international practices are available for our trainees, and that's why international cooperation is one important direction in our activity. And despite the war, the center organized training in Israel with support of the Embassy of Israel in Ukraine by the Mashava agency. In Israel, 30 professionals received training in Israel. 183 trainees. And we also discussed the management of river basins. Bavaria, German colleagues from Sweden, we also had training concerning the application of decisions. And also involvement of territorial communities is important in education, in the training. Oksana said about recovery of the free flow of rivers, and so this training also was held on the basis of our training center. And we involved in this training territorial communities and facilitated active discussion of how to recover free flow of rivers. And so we try to expand the number of our trainees and the number of programs. So speaking again about the riverbed of Rose River, we also designed training which will be applicable to this problem. And so technical training is also one of the direction of our work. And the recent use of application of geological tools demonstrated that such training is important. Purification, cleaning, treatment structures, it's all very important. And I'm about to roll up my discussion. So thank you for your attention. Yes, indeed. It was very useful training in Israel, but very hot. But really, this country is impressive. If you didn't read this book, there is a book which says, named Let Water Be. This book demonstrates how, thanks to water, the country established itself, and now this country has a prophesied of water prophecy. This is an impressive story for the state, which has slightly more than 70 years history. And now we have time to give the floor to Vyacheslav Razgon, Irrigation Senior Advisor Program, USAID Agro. Now, I'm not the author of this book. Good day, dear participants of the conference. My name is Vyacheslav Razgon. I represent the program USAID Agro, financed by the United States USAID program. One of our directions is a melioration program, which is one of the new legal forms which was created by the new draft law, by the new law on water users, which was adopted before the full-scale invasion of Ukraine in February of 2022. As of today, we have the tendency to create such organizations. But why we support this direction? According to the scientific researches annually, as you can see by the manifestations of climate change manifestations are being accelerated. Without melioration systems, without maintenance of them, without support of them, Ukraine will turn into half desert, and some areas will turn into actual deserts. And this tendency is being accelerated. The area in several years, there without melioration measures, 66 of the territory of Ukraine will turn into the dry area. As you can see, the tendency indicated on the right by green columns, the tendency to melioration was decreasing with every year, and with the large scale was increasing, but after the large scale invasion, it decreases. And due to the ruining of the Kakhovska hydropower plant, the regions which took water from Kakhovska hydropower plant stopped functioning, and it negatively impacted the crops, the growing of crops which like water, and those systems remained on the right bank. They are now responsible for the watering of the entire area. And so we need to support current systems. The irrigation systems are built in such a way that, and they mostly have been built in 80s, 90s years. And currently, these systems are connected to the irrigation systems. But the main problem is that this system is outdated. It does not comply to any requirements in terms of ecology requirements, energy efficiency, or just the modern nature, because outdated pumps, they attribute to the huge loss of water, bad filtration, and one of other drawbacks, I would say, that's the low salary, or the lowest salary of the workers of melioration. And but on the positive side, there is the opportunity now to engage the money of investors, grant monies. But the state program does not envisage any financial investments in the water industry, because those are unprofitable agencies financed only by state, and they are being financed from the state budget.
And there's a special fund of the state budget, meaning that the agencies might be, providing some services like water for irrigation, or by clearing some landfills in the territorial communities. That kind of gives them some money, and they might be using that money for the salary or for maintaining the pumping equipment, which is over 50-year-old. So we need to change the approaches in managing the ameliorative system, both like on site as well as at the national level. First step was done in 1990 when there was an approval of the strategy for the irrigation till 2030. And it mentions that the water management and water use resources have to be separated. Currently, this has been done partially, and some of the hydrotechnical melioration facilities were subordinated to state fishery and melioration, but currently the systems that are being operated or rented by the agricultural workers in the fields, well, they are located in public utility ownership. There are many questions regarding their kind of refurbishment and recovery. So the implementation of the irrigation strategy was implemented because there was a law passed in 2021. First organization of the water users have been established on the 9th of February 2020, and currently there's 51 of them and 51 registered organization. And this slide is already an old one because yesterday we registered the 52nd organization of the water users in the Odessa region. That's already 11th in the Odessa region, so 52 have been registered. So we support the amelioration reforms and we support providing technical assistance for those associations of the water users that have been established already. We have 11 sub-granting agreements that include the support to those organizations for the recovery of the kind of pumping stations, installation of new irrigation equipment, the refurbishment of the irrigation pipelines. That is why currently we are supporting them. So the organization of the water users, in accordance to the relevant legislation, would be kind of involving and would be maintaining or becoming responsible for maintaining the equipment that they're using, because only the organization of the water users can take care of the equipment, and they can engage the resources for their recovery. And currently already 2 systems in Odessa have been transferred to the ownership of these organizations. So they are now the fully considered their own fully manager. So they're not dependent on the budgetary sphere, and they can take care of that system and they offer their maintenance. So they have a special water permit, which kind of offers certain limitation in attracting water for water irrigation. Currently, it's been 2 years since the law on the organization of the water users, but there's still some major questions that requires the solution. So we as a Sweden, we support the resolution of those questions. And I'd like to say that there are the following major issues. Firstly, the transfer of authorities from the State Agency of Water Resources to State Fishery Agency was not, well, the authorities were not transferred properly. There's the kind of some obstacles being made in the transfer of the authorities and property. We need to have the second part, that is the law 75/77 on the operators of the state meliorative system. This draft law has passed the first reading already in the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine and is being prepared for the second reading currently. Also, the need for this draft law is significant because it will create conditions for the state operators of the meliorative system. More specifically, they would be allowed to change their form of governance. They might be engaging water users in establishing the tariffs, and they might be also receiving some grants or loans to the recovery and refurbishment of the system. Here on the slide, you can see the division based on this strategy on the drainage irrigation. That's the division of functions with regards to the management of the hydrotechnical facilities and water resources. So I'd like to invite the environmental society to support the law number 75/77. It's a draft law, would allow to have a transparent management of the water resources through state operators in public ownership, but still they would have more flexible tools to recover and refurbish their own system to engage the water users to the establishment of their tariffs and rates, and to have a quality and transparent supply of the water without any abuses that were mentioned today by many of the panelists. So please join the reform of the melioration. Please visit our website. Thank you. And I thank the organizers of the conference for the invitation. Well, I wasn't the one to invite, but still, I'm very happy. And we have one more final presentation by Roman Kirik, who's the director of the Megaflow company. Thank you. My name is Roman Kirik from the Megaflow company. Now, if possible, my presentation. Great. So we'll be talking about the automation of the pumping stations and preventing emergencies in water pipelines. This is the topic for 3 or 4 hours, but we have a limited time frame. I have 5 to 10 minutes. So I'll try to speed up. What causes the problems on the water? The hydro kind of pressures or hydro effects. That's a rapid variation in the number of pressure in the pressure that results in damaging some of the pipelines, and it produces a lot of financial kind of costs. In the city of Kiev, it's a fairly frequent situation. As the result of hydraulic attacks, the asphalt pavement has been damaged, or as you can see to the right, all this is something that can be happening in every city because of the wear of the pipelines, because of the damage of the pipelines, and that results in a significant damage. What is the equipment? What is used in the world in order to kind of repair the pipelines? Well, the hydraulic valve, the combined valve, the control valves of the pumps and their active burst valves. And if we have a hydro strike, we have not prevented that, we need to somehow limit that. So we have this special valve that prevents the hydro strikes. The combined water air release valve, it automatically depresses the volume of the air when the water pipeline is filled with water. So it automatically inserts the air in order to prevent the establishment of vacuum. And this valves, they continue to depress the air as the as the pressure increases, allows to have less of the kind of air obstacles in the pipelines. If we have a vacuum in the pipeline, it starts to all the contamination and everything. So if we cleared the water, but we won't find the vacuum, and we have the old pipelines, they will get clogged, and we will have dirty water because of the vacuum. So the vacuum, well, is the one that produces the damage to the pipeline. And as you can see on the table, that even if there is a release of 2.1, it creates an additional pressure on the pipeline, produces damage. So an interesting video for you to take a look at. That's an air control system without the valves. Pump stops or the electricity stops. There's no valves. The air continues to compress the pipeline, and it destroys the pipeline if the water exerted from the pipeline. That's a fairly unique situation for the olden pipelines. So the installation of the combined valves is a solution, because the pump has stopped, And in order to prevent the vacuum, the clappers would automatically take some air that prevents us from the destruction of the pipelines in our network. And the same valves, when our water supply channel will be pressurized, that will exert more air, and it will allow the pipeline to save the energy while operation. So that's an interesting video also. The pumping station without any valves. The pump has stopped, or there was an electricity shutdown. The water now returns back, and it creates a strike, and it will kind of destroy or damaging the equipment. So by using the valves, we're reducing those challenges. We're reducing those hydro strikes. By inserting the air, we're creating kind of an air cushion. We've inserted the air. Our reverse flow will kind of return, but thanks to the air cushion, will be able to reduce the kind of water hit. As for the control valves of the pump, it's being installed after the valve launches our kind of pumps with different position of the launch, which is very important if we don't have a frequency transformers so that at the start of the pump operation we won't have any hydrological strikes. And this pump, this valve prevents the pumps to have a cavitation, and that allows to prevent any burning, any damage to hydraulics. That prevents an increase in the supply of electricity and our cost of electricity. That's another interesting video to watch. That's the standard pumping station. I get standard one with the reverse valves and with the direct intake and the pump units. So as you can see, the pump unit starts, and when it stops, there is always a hydro strike or a hydro pressure. So the solution is we install this sort of a reverse clubs that are taking care of our pipes. So they will automatically launch the pipe, the closed latch, and that will allow them to open the latch flexibly later on. And when the pump would need to close it, first it will send the signal to close the valve, and only then the valve will be stopped. So there will be no hydro attacks. Everything will be taken care of, easily without any strikes, without any damages to the pipelines or to the facility. Now, the third type of the valve, this is when the hydrological strike took place. So we did not prevent it. Somebody closed the latch, or we have another emergency condition. So these are the valves that reduce the superficial pressure that was accumulated inside of our pipeline. So that's the same video. Everything's fine. The control valves, things like that, but there are no valves who could prevent the hydro attack. In most cases, this is happening in case of a shutdown of electricity. So if the pump was operating and the electricity supply was shut down, it provides many damages to our pipeline. So it's important that equipment be able to predict the hydro strike, prevent the establishment of vacuum. So when we don't have an energy, that equipment would understand that, okay, we're going to have a strike, and they will would be opening the proper diameter of the tube, would release the superficial pressure, and so our equipment will be able to save the pipeline will be able to save our equipment. And the installation of this equipment allows us to make it all automatic. You don't need any people who would be, opening this latch all by themselves, and then closing the latch, and that's it. Okay, now we're not going to have any human factor. So that's a reduction of, any emergency, any any issues we have, will produce and the economic effect. Should we install those pipelines to saving the electricity, because we'll have more of our pipelines being inserted. There's no kind of air clogs created. The pumps will be operating at maximum coefficient of effectiveness. Well, I think that's it from me. I thank you for your question. If you have any, thank you for your attention. If you have any questions, I like the presentations when there's a lot of figures and pictures and even a video. That's even better. So, dear colleagues, we've kind of saved 20 minutes. So please, I think we need a bonus. What do we have in a buffet or in a cafe? So hopefully it was an interesting panel. I'd like to extend words of gratitude to all the panelists, because I heard a lot of new things from me personally. Thank you. Yes, we are very much grateful to our masters and commanders, and we continue with our marathon. We have the final panel left. That is the investments into the water infrastructure of cities and communities and practical recommendations on receiving grants. And I would like to invite Nataliya Zaritovska, the head of the program called Wash Heritage of Ukraine. Then we have Anton Klishov, National Coordinator of the Project Global Program of Eco-Industrial Parks of Ukraine called UNIDA, and Artem Shira, the Director of NEREX, the co-founder of Ukrainian Water Association. We will have our colleagues from Japan and Israel joining us online, but we will start our panel with the presentation by Roman Prihodko, the senior expert on water supply and water discharge at the Reform Office. Since this is the final panel, please make sure you kind of comply with the timing limitations. Good afternoon. Can you hear me? Well, we can. I will try to comply with the timing, was the time frames, because we're out of time already. Can you hear me? Well, okay, good. If I may now, I'd like to share the presentation. Can you see the presentation? Yes, we can. Well, okay, so fellow colleagues, representing the Covering Reform Support Team, our main task is to reform the water supply and some other areas that are subordinated to our ministry, including the water supply and water discharge. Our ministry work directly with the agencies responsible for the direction. So in the very beginning of my presentation, I would like to have a number of comments. I've heard some previous statement. All this statement that is mentioned by most of the panelists, I would suggest you come down with that. First, Ukrainians, they drink potable, not technical water. So our water complies with our own Ukrainian standards. That are, in most cases, even more strict than the standards of the European Union.
But some of the parameters we don't identify in our standards due to a number of reasons. Now about a previous statement that there is a draft law in the sanitary ministry, Ministry of Sanitary Inspection. According to the law of Ukraine on water supply, envisages implementation of quality standards of water only by means of scientific research. I personally, as a person, as a citizen, honestly think that we don't need to research what already has been researched, and the impact on the citizens of Denmark or UK or Germany has already been researched, and it's in no way different from the impact on the health of the citizens of Ukraine. And also, in order to implement this legislation, we need to change our other legislation. In order to implement these standards, we need to change our legislation. And so the law about drinking water must be amended. I will not stop in detail about water supply because they're technical, about water supply system, because the technical state does not respond to our need, mildly said. The previous speakers talked a lot about this, and this state of things we acquired because of the lack or absence of investments for many continuous years. I will tell you about the experience of European countries and about directions that our Ministry of Reform plan. So, neither of the countries of the European Union does not implement reform through tariffs, but in our situation, to compensate for the absence of investments, to bring our systems to the level acceptable in the EU, we need 10 times, 20 times to increase tariffs, which is unacceptable because our citizens, their level of income does not come to this level. And so in this slide, we can see, and so on this slide, you can see, on the next slide, you can see the income from tariffs, the investments, the countries, the level of investments in other countries. This research has not been done by us. This research has been done by the European Commission. If you want more detail, I will give you reference, I will give you the link, and you can read about this research. And also, our next slide, if you can see it maybe, the European Union, Eurostatistics, gives records, very detailed records, very careful records, the statistics. There are technical problems because your PowerPoint is not flipping, the slides are not flipping. So we will send your PowerPoint to all the participants. Now I invite the next speaker. Thank you. First of all, I want to thank to organizers and for having me here. I'm glad to represent the charitable fund Caritas of Ukraine. And in fact, our fund already has over 30 years of humanitarian response work in 46 local organizations in the entire territory of Ukraine. So we have vast experience of and close access to communities, small communities, even towns and villages, and we have very good communication with the community. This is our strong expertise. I'm responsible for one of 13 programs of our fund. This is WASH program, ensuring with hygiene, with water and hygiene. And so I would like to dedicate my speech to the water supply that we organize in borderline communities, with frontline communities, and with challenges that we face during this implementation. So I would like to say that everything what we do, our program, our goal is to help the victims of war and to ensure easy access to basic needs in terms of sanitary needs and hygiene. Besides a humanitarian response, on which I will not go in detail, a lot of effort we pay to the restoration of water supply, water drills, water wells, and also mounting water filtration stations. Thank you. Yes, this sound is better. And also setting up filtration stations in the communities and in key agencies, in key stakeholders, educational facilities and healthcare facilities. Speaking of our results during 2023 and 2024, we mounted over 40 filtration stations in water distribution stations and in key facilities in the community. So our approach to implement projects in community, with community, and this helps us to cooperate with communities at the level of defining their needs, evaluation of their needs, and technical implementation of their needs, of our projects, and ensuring of the population with wastage, technical, or clean drinking water. Also, when we also work with filtration stations, and we are also mounting these filtration stations in healthcare facilities and education facilities for the general use by all citizens of a particular populated area. So what are the most common challenges that we face? First of all, the challenge, the inability of communities to finance, to keep the maintain functioning of such stations after we completed our project. So when we enter the community, we identify their needs, we identify the number of population, the number of the population that will use this station. After that, we launch this station and provide spare parts for 1 year. And just yesterday, we had a meeting with a task force about the result of filtration stations that we mounted over the last year. And the research demonstrated, so we carried out post-monitoring assessment, and we have G7 geo modules on these filtration stations. Thanks to these modules, our engineers are capable to monitor this situation, the state of the stations. And we compared these two researches, GSM modules and PDM modules, and we were able to see that some stations are not working to the full capacity, and even worse, some stations do not work at all. And we know the reason. And the reason is that the communities did not take care to place funds to maintenance of these stations. The next question. When we restore water supply sources, so I will say we're trying to work with the existing sources of water and to keep them running. For instance, if there is a need in purification or need to deepen the sources or to replace pumping equipment, or to create sanitary area around a well or a tower. So we are following the same scheme, communication with community, estimation, assessment of the needs, providing equipment, works. Sometimes even we carried out lane communications towards this source of water. So what are the challenges? Probably the most challenge is the permission documents, the documents of ownership. For instance, in one of the projects in Kharkiv region, we carried out estimation of over 20 objects in the communities that need restoration or repair of the sources of water, and only up to 8 or 9 of them had at least any documentation. I'm not speaking about package of the documents that we need for these wells, but at least some documents that would allow us the opportunity to work with, to carry out our work. And this is a big challenge. Speaking about work in the frontline territories, so first of all, it's safety, and it's understandable because we are in war, and when we worked in the beginning of the year and in the summer, we commissioned the filtration stations, pump stations in Novogorodivka, but we know what their fate is now. And I will also say that we managed to relocate some of these stations, and some of the works we are doing under the ground, because we mounted pumping equipment under the ground because we were not very optimistic about the future prospect of this region. But there are factors not related to war. For instance, that the communities do not have documentation. This is the problem. For us to work with such communities involve risks, and this also indicates this is indication of the involvement of communities to the resolution of their problems. The second problem is the presence of staff, of personnel, of qualified personnel who will be able to ensure technical maintenance, stable work of the equipment which we are transferring. Because as a charitable organization, we transfer equipment which sometimes in just 1 year is out of order because is not taken care of properly. And the third challenge, so that not to create dependency of the community and the beneficiaries. It's very difficult to work there where there is no strategy of outcome, where there is no understanding in the community how they will function after the humanitarian response will have completed our mission. And so in such cases, the invested resources do not provide the intended result after the humanitarian mission has run to its end. And I would like to make a call here. We are, as an organization, as a program, our goal is to ensure to resolve the crisis situation in those communities. And we are doing this. We're trying to follow up on the processes. But after a certain time, after the completion, I hope after a quick finishing of the war, the number of humanitarian projects will reduce significantly. And depending on the approach that it now exists, it will depend the recovery in the community after the war. Thank you. Thank you for your speech. Now we have our special guest, the representative of the Department of the Emergency Department and Cyberspace of Israeli Space, Mahmoud Nanjami. Please, Mr. Mahmoud, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, guys. Oh, Mr. Mahmoud. welcome, Mr. Maru.
I hope you can hear me. If you guys can hear me, give me a sign. For some reason, I cannot hear you.
Okay, everything.
Good afternoon, everybody. And I'm a member of the Water Security Division in the Israeli Water Authority. I'm going to give a small brief and as short as possible so you guys can actually see and share with us what we do. We usually take a look at different various things of water supply threats. Today, I'm going to concentrate on actually the water supply threats that come from a war zone or conducting of missiles attack in general, as we have here in Israel, something that is very common with you. Just to start with, in Israel, we have three water resources. The CW, which is what we use, underground water, wells, and of course, the desalination plants that we count on. One of the main threats that we're dealing with the last few years is the cyber threats. As years go by, these cyber threats go on in much more bigger volume than we used to. But the main thing that we really concentrate at is prevention and resistance. Prevention comes in various ways, all kind of system, monitoring system, special equipments, prevention, and taking a case of worst case scenarios as a power outage. So we use water back resources for electricity and so on. This is something that's really very important. We also have a dedicated center to cyber attacks, and we deal with water crisis in a basically in two terms. One is the short term, and the second one is the long term. The short term is very important because on one hand we concentrate on publicity and publicize the event through the civilian circumstances, all bases, and the second thing is recovery. We examine as short as possible recovery and back to normal places. And the third triangle part is the alternative water supply, which is for us very, very important. And we concentrate on different various methods. If possible, one of them is water distribution stations. As you see in the picture, water distribution station could be in anywhere near buildings like school buildings, all kind of different activity or governmental buildings in residential area that can help. We also build a contingency plans. It's very important to exactly know what are the limits of the water crisis and try to build and map over there all kind of stores, supermarkets, government buildings, municipality buildings that can help cope with the event. Of course, one of the main thing is the water shifting and distribution. As we see, we used to use here in Israel different methods that did not work, and we can see in water crisis various people using various items to take water. We went to the low-tech industry, and that is one of the main things that we do is we change containers to more unified containers. We also build the plans on the flatbed trucks to move water fastly. And of course, the main thing is the regulation. Regulation is one of the most important parts in every water resistant plants and in coping with water disaster, any problems with water supply. Therefore, we drill and we have a strict regulation on water companies And this is one of the most important things. One of them, for example, water companies in Israel have to have a mandatory place or a mandatory job that's called water security officer, which is special trained by the government and takes his training to cope and to find solution to water disaster. That's on the behalf of water thing. For the sewer, we have a rapid deployment sanitation station. This station is very unique and very independent. I'm going to give you a 90-second video so you can see it. Yep, thank you very much for listening. And last but not least is our warehouse, governmental warehouse in 3 different areas in the country where we keep special water delivery equipment. Thank you, and I'm available for any questions.
Thank you so much. Тода раба. See you. Наступний доповідач у нас з
The next speaker
Yep, that's better. Trying to hear.
the next speaker is representing the Japan company Takedoshi Fujiyama. Mr. Takedoshi,
Oh, yes.
the floor.
Hi. Oh, sorry. Hold on. Yeah. Okay, let me share the slide. This one.
Yeah, great.
Yeah. Is it clear?
Yeah.
Okay, everyone, hi, good afternoon. So now in Japan, it's around midnight, so good night. My name is Fujiyama from Yachiyo Engineering Company in Japan. Today, I'm very pleased to give you a presentation that how Japanese experience contribute to solving water supply and sewage issue overseas. And highlight the development of the facilities and the technical cooperation within frameworks supported by JICA, Japan International Cooperation Agency, and as a development partner. So this is just outline of our company. So our company is just established in 1963. And then so our company is located in Tokyo. And then so the number of the employees is 1,265 persons. And so we have, you see, our field is water resource management and water supply and sewage and waste management and urban regional development, energy, etc. Then, so the table shows some of the main project in the past 10 years. Regarding the project in Ukraine, the following 3 projects are listed. Now they are ongoing. First slide just highlight our international effort in water management. On the left, participants engage in hands-on water treatment plant operation and maintenance training in Egypt. building local expertise, and meanwhile, the right photo show an activity construction site for new water supply facilities, also in Egypt. Our commitment extends to strategic planning, such as Rwanda Water Supply Improvement Master Plan Initiative to reduce non-living water in Palau. Earlier, we just touched on non-living water, so I'd like to dive into that a bit more now. So this graph illustrates the drastic decline in water leakage percentage in Japan, Tokyo, and Osaka City from 1945 to 2012. 1945 is just around the Second World War. Notably, Tokyo reduced its leakage from staggering 80% down to just 3.1%, showcasing remarkable improvement in infrastructure management and conservative efforts. Non-living water mainly include unbilled authorized consumption, apparent losses, real losses. And the first unbilled authorized consumption is like water used for public parks. Next, apparent losses include illegal connection, metering, inaccuracy, and human error, reading error. Lastly, real losses due to leakage. This graph showed Tokyo's non-living water status as of 2014, with non-living water being just 4.1%. However, in most developing countries, non-living water account for about 50% or more of the total water supply. So reducing non-living water is crucial. If there are leaks, the water can become polluted. Also, damaged pipe can cause water pressure to drop significantly, leading to user complaint and decreasing their willingness to pay water bill. Moreover, during drought caused by climate change, the importance of securing water resource becomes clear. Poor water service results in no income and makes it impossible to run sound water supply service. Leakage management strategy differ based on these leakage ratios. This table shows some common approaches used in Japan. Let me tell you a bit about the water supply and storage department where we are working. Currently, we have 16 staff on our team. We handled preliminary survey, master plan formulation, feasibility study, basic and detailed design and construction supervision from grant aid project and loan project. Our main client include the JICA, ADB, local government, and the private company. Over the past 10 years, we have completed projects in Africa, the Middle East, Southwest Asia, and Oceania. In the past decades, we have seen significant advancement in water treatment infrastructure across the globe. For instance, in Biratnagar, Nepal, a new water treatment plant and reservoir have seen established. Metro 7, Philippines sludge treatment plant has been developed to manage waste effectively. In Coral Para, transmission pipeline made of ductile cast iron have been installed to ensure reliable water distribution. Lastly, in Erbil, Iraq, modern sewage treatment plant will be construction to improve sanitation soon. These projects highlight our commitment to enhancing water infrastructure worldwide. Those photos highlight the progress of our technical cooperation project. The top left photo captured awareness raising activity for residents and hands-on training water quality management. Those bottom three photos showcase the installation of the flow measure system, a part of our effort to reduce non-living water. This is a power water supply improvement project carried out as a grant aid project. Though it's not large-scale project, it will help reduce high non-living water ratio, optimize water pressure, and ensure stable water supply. We specifically installed about 9 kilometers of water transmission pipe, built an additional water reservoir, and renewed water distribution pipeline. We also provide the technical assistance to ensure the effective use of these facilities, including guidelines on leak detection, help with planning leak detection activities. So lastly, let me introduce the sewage development project we worked on from 2017 to 2020. We are responsible for developing the sewage system in Jakarta, Indonesia. For the sewage treatment process, we implemented the A2O, anaerobic anoxic process to remove nitrogen and phosphorus, and also use the membrane treatment. The treatment capacity is about 198,000 cubic meters per day, and the sewage pipeline distance roughly 90 kilometers. Additionally, we provided technical support, including the database management and public relation management. That's it. If you have any question, so please contact our following address. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your great presentation. See you in Ukraine. Maybe.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Дякуємо самим витривалим.
So we are grateful to the most resilient kind of users. We kind of get used to the to different situations. So even some of our colleagues with some of their own equipment, they won't be able to prevent us from finalizing this conference. We have just a couple of speakers left. I'd like to pass the floor to Anton Klishov, National Coordinator of the Project Program of Eco-Industrial Parks in Ukraine. That's UNIDO. So Anton, please, you have the floor. Can you... Greetings. Thank you for the invitation. Can you hear me? Yes, and we can already see your presentation, so you may start. Yeah. So once again, thank you for the introduction. I am indeed the national coordinator representing the UNIDO, which is operating under the support of the government of Switzerland. So the program covers the project of eco-industrial parks around the world. We have parks in Colombia, South Africa, Egypt, Indonesia, Vietnam, and Ukraine. So there's two major components of the project. First is the introduction of policy. We, together with the Ministry of Economy of Ukraine, we developed the policies and regulations of eco-industrial parks. That involves the agency, a working group We're trying to develop the policies on matters related to economy and eco-industrial parks. The second component is the cooperation with the industrial park. And we have selected 5 industrial parks in accordance to the unit international frames to support their transition to the model of eco-industrial park by doing some technical assessments, the training of the personnel of the governing companies, and some activities to increase the awareness. And the industrial park, it's where the different industrial enterprises are located that are cooperating together in order to increase the economic efficiency as well as to reduce the impact on the environment and the communities surrounding the industrial zone. Among the major achievements of the project, I would like to underline the following. We have developed the concept of eco-industrial parks, which is included into the government national economic strategy till 2030. The project introduces some provisions on the development of eco-industrial parks to the strategy, the development of industrial parks in Ukraine. And we have created an advisory board to have a larger involvement of private sector to the discussion of matters on regulation. We have conducted over 8 activities to raise the awareness. And currently trying to have an industrial symbiosis. We have 5 industrial parks to receive technical assistance. We selected 20 companies within those parks who were properly assessment on the resources of clear. And they were provided with some support for the further implementation. So let's talk, what are those eco-industrial parks and how they're different from the standard industrial park, which is currently supported by the Ministry of Economy. The eco-industrial park, in addition to simply being an industrial platform that gives its own infrastructure to production companies, well, they have additional 4 to 5 criteria to comply. So these criteria are based on the analysis of big concerns and industrial giants of the world. And some of those criteria are, in case of the industrial park, these are the effectiveness of the work of the management company and how they support the industrial enterprises located on the territory of the industrial park, and the economic compliance. And water effectiveness is part of that, meaning the use of this resource by the water at the park properly managed. And one of the criteria of the industrial park is providing the infrastructure for the repeated use of the water resources. Because in fact, the question why offered by some of the existing models of the industrial park is not taken into account because it's not considered a priority one. We understand during the war that situation in Ukraine is difficult, and most of the questions are related to the energy security, but still water is currently a very important resource, not an unlimited one. That is why we're paying significant attention to this resource. The third category is the kind of social aspect of the eco-industrial park. So we have to be absolutely aware how the industrial parks are being created. The road should be repaired because the trucks should be using those roads, and if they would be using these roads, they would be inoperable. So all the communities not engaged in the work of the industrial park, who don't see the advantage of eco-industrial,
Such community will unlikely support such industrial centers. And so, speaking about industrial park, the industrial park should take into account the local population. Some local population should be hired in such industrial park. Local infrastructure should be taken into account. And the fourth criteria for the industrial parks includes the economics. The economic plans, business plans should be created. A number of economies should be attracted to the infrastructure. Overall, I'm speaking about support of local producers, local businesses. As of now, the project achieved policies as of the mayor of 5 by the order of the ministry. There was an order of the ministry which regulated the activity of industrial parks, and also the policy of the related to industrial parks has been developed. And I need to say that industrial parks models, a model of industrial parks model has been included in the economic development strategy, a long-term economic development strategy. Currently, the article about eco-industrial parks have been also included in the legislation, in the modern legislation of Ukraine. So I hope that this year industrial parks, eco-industrial parks will be recognized at the legislative level of Ukraine. Also, we adopting experience, foreign experience, and trying to adopt this experience into our model of industrial parks. This may include stable industrial zones, other names, but all these names are united under the umbrella of the industrial park. But because there is no universal standard which would unify the rules for all of these occurrences of all these components, so then it's very difficult for a foreign investor to come to this market. Investor must familiarize himself with our local legislation. This is quite problematic. So we plan to develop standards for industrial park with each of the countries who are part of our program. And the number of industrial parks will reach a certain threshold. We will start developing overall standard, unifying standard for industrial parks. And by this allowing investors to play in our market. Also, I would like to note on the positive concept of the industrial parks. Economic, first of all, economic impact, but also industrial parks allow to improve ecological impact. For instance, over $25,000 worth was the project for energy management training. Another company invested over 100,000 euros to improve power plants in one of our industrial parks. So this is the economic and ecological effect from the implementation of technical means, from technical means in these projects. This includes saving of resources, reduction of CO2 emission. I'm grateful for having me here. If you have any questions, I'm open to answer them. Thank you, Anton. Your PowerPoint together with other presentations will be sent to all registered participants to whom we are grateful for your endurance. Now the floor goes to summarize, to roll up our meeting. The floor goes to the co-founder of Ukrainian Water Association, Artema Shira, to whom we are all grateful for organization. We are really grateful to your organizational efforts. So the final word is yours, the final floor. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. This will not happen with you. There were many mishap, and my perfectionist who lives inside me cannot is bothered, is really bothered with all this. And the next conference will be in May. Maybe there will be one more in the middle. We basically already completed our conference. I'm grateful to those 15 people who survived to the end. We also have about 70 people online who cannot hear what is going on the stage. So I'm rolling up this event. Now, about association, we have a young association and we ask everybody for your support. We need people. We need people who want to change the situation with water in the country. It's easy. It's very easy to join us. There is a registration form on our website, or you can just write to our email. And another little help. Each of you can make, if you scroll to the bottom, there are YouTube, Telegram, Facebook. Please subscribe. It helps us a lot. And now to roll up, to put a pinnacle on our meeting, within our association, we have experts and business owners who have infrastructure projects in Ukraine. And we notice a trend that many financial institutions are trying to do feasibility studies in order to rebuild water infrastructure in different communities. Many of us, myself including, are involved in such projects, and we look how it works. And to be honest, we don't like what we see, and we understand when you inside of these projects, you cannot influence the management, and that's why we decided to make such a project independently, and to make it a showcase, an example how it should be, how we see it should be. The project is called Complex Modernizations of Water Resources and Responsible Attitude in the Communities. The budget, so how we see it, in the budget of association, we found a budget to finance such a feasibility study. Now, so the project's name is Comprehensive Modernization of Water Infrastructure and Sustainable Water Use for Communities. So we invite applications. We expect to receive about 30-40 applications from different communities, but we will carry out only only 1-3. We will pick up only 1-3 with our funds. We hope that it will lead to scaling up of this project. The community who will win will receive approximately 100-page document, based on which they will be managed to invest, to get investments of money, to attract money for turnaround of their water infrastructure. So what this project aims for? When we talk about water infrastructure, usually all people concentrate on water supply and wastage water. But in the entire world, water supply and wastage water, it's just about 10% of the entire water infrastructure. Most of the water infrastructure is industry, hydro energy, hydropower plant, agriculture, water spent on ecology systems. And so in our project will have complex approach to the use of water. That's it. Once again, please get involved to this initiative. Also about experts, those experts who have experience in this and who are ready to join us, currently free of charge, unfortunately, but we all invite you. We all need you, and we are inviting you to join this project. So as I said, we expect to receive approximately 30-40 applications. All applications you need to send to this email, ukrwater@gmail.com. After the deadline for applications, we will organize a meeting to select the project. We want to select the project which will be managed to implement. That's it. That's all. I'm grateful to all of you who came here, who waited till the end, and success to all of you. We also thank you. It was a challenge. In fact, it was a challenge and a big experiment with you. We went through it with honor. We had representatives from different continents, and most of the territory of the planet we covered in this forum. Our next forum will take place in slightly different format. We invite you, and let's continue to work to the benefit of our state. Maybe somebody has questions. Thank you. Thank you again. Thank you.